Quite the opposite. We're so close to getting the card. Need 800 more. So I'll get it tomorrow morning, I guess. I'm not really in a rush. Plus, everyone's playing fucking Luke Cage anyway. So, I'm not in a rush. How's it going? I was in the middle of a run here. New card's pretty good. It's not crazy, but it's good. It's kind of what I expected. Yeah, I'm very against spending any gold to speed it up. This feels wasteful. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. It was like 64 degrees out today. Crazy nice weather for the end of the year. What is with all these cards? I don't want them. Well, they have Zabu and they have a Doom avatar, so I'm assuming they're a Doom gamer. Which is fine. Bum, 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 bum. There's Mr. Doom. I don't even think Black Bolt does anything of value here, so I think I'm just gonna have it. And then Rocket Groot Demon. Seems good. Carpentage is kind of bad for me, huh? That is kind of bad. And they got the perfect... Well, I guess it didn't really matter, because they're all Carpentage. Oh. Pog. So, 2 Dooms. They'll have 3 bots, so the bots will be 5, they'll be 8, they'll get 16 power in the middle. 17, 18 total plus 7, so it's 25. Can I beat that if I do this? This gets me at 21. Yeah, I do beat that with this, right? Seems like it. Little bro's cooked. Thanks for the 8. Well, they were a good sport about it. And that, kids, is why we play Red Guardian. Otherwise, we would have gotten fucking curb stomped. This deck's been pretty good. I have liked it. I really like the base art for Rocket and Groot. I think it looks really good and maybe even better than the variant. dare I say. I think it's actually kind of banger art. Oh shit. Bum, 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 bum. Anyone have any New Year's goals? And they're out. Have any Thanos decks? I do have a Thanos deck. I can show it. I haven't played Thanos in too much in the past like month, but it should probably still work. This was my Thanos deck. Where is it? Thanos Lockjaw. This is the Thanos deck I have liked. You could probably put Rocket and Groot in the Nocturne spot, or really any 3-drop in that spot. Or tech card, or whatever preference you have. The rest of the cards I would keep the same, though. If you have them. Or you can build like Thanos Wiccan. Thanos Wiccan isn't too bad either. But I really like this deck. Thanos Lockjaw is a lot of fun. It's done pretty well for me, and I imagine it should hold up alright for the current meta. You could put Luke Cage in the Nocturne spot, because there's a lot of US Agent around. But yeah. I like that one. What do I spend on? I guess I'll buy another ticket. I don't know if I'm even going to use all these, but might as well try. Got some nice strawberry kiwi sours. Pretty good. Would recommend. Up, cow? How's it going? Well, we got their Luke Cage. They look like a look like another Doom deck. Doom's pretty popular. Magic. Okay, maybe not a Doom deck. Open for Rocket, took 4 keys, so I literally just closed the game. Classic 4 banging in the keys. That is a classic. Hydrate? I can hydrate. A Doobie, a MarvelSnap classic. It does have a neat animation, that's true. It's a good card. I bought it with tokens because I'm trying to avoid using my boxes until they update the game. So that way, when I bang in the keys cards, I'll get 2k instead of 1k. But I know not everyone has tokens sitting around. Even I'm running low on them. You absolute rat. Fuck, that's so annoying. Bum, 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 bum. All right, Doom, please do not go in your own lane. Thank you. Bum, 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 bum. no fun for them. People be fireworking. No shot they stay here, right? Yeah. Is it worth keys? I think it depends. The card's pretty good, but it also doesn't feel like it's an archetype defining card. So it depends how much you value, like, a generic good card type of card. If you like going for cards that go in a lot of decks, it's probably a good pickup. But if you prefer things that are more, like, work to build around, maybe not. It's a pretty good card, though. That is also another thing worth mentioning, that I don't think January looks awful, but I think February looks pretty bad. Oh, speaking of bad, unlucky. Oh, they're a Legion deck, so Borrow's gonna be bad for us either way. Well, I'm just gonna play it like they're not doing the Legion thing. And then leave on the final turn, I guess, if they do nothing. Rip Thena. Rip Luke Cage. Very aggressive Danger Room. Snap? Bro, shut the fuck up. I know you have Legion. I'm not dumb. Oh. They'll win this lane. Oh god. Do we snap them back? I don't think I snap him back, but I will stay. Punk. I would have snapped him back if it wasn't Danger Room. Feels like a card that's good that you don't need. I think that's a very good way of putting it. It's a good card that's not bad to have, but it doesn't feel like, oh no, I don't have this card, I can't play this certain deck. Like, I don't think any deck needs this card. But it is pretty good. And it's fun. So, like, I'm happy I got it. I think the January cards are a little underrated. I think the February cards look like cheeks, though. They look not great to me. This deck's been quite good, though. What, 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 Yeah, copycat is so stupid. Copycat is a very silly card. Red Wing hype. Yeah, surely Red Wing will be good. Oh, they got me with Rocket and Groot. Value. Magic. Bum, bum. Sure. Look how big this Havoc is, dude. Holy shit. Is Toxie Moxie still coming out? Doxy, but yes. That card is not in caches though, I don't think. I think it's gonna be a reward card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be 10 minus 1 with 9. Well, brother, it was a good effort. It was a good effort. I want to combo her so my opponent can't play based. That is a card. I think it's going to be a reward card. Well, I guess you have to pick an avatar now. Got the new Loki. We got... What else? Agent Venom's pretty good. Hope it's not Deadpool's 9 or 3. Well, in theory, if they rotate the events every other month, Deadpool's Diner will be next month. It just seems like a combo card or maybe a War Machine card. I could say if they put it in Devil's Diner, I won't get it. Won't have to play Devil's Diner. Easy. Let's see if we can get our avatar. Have you guys heard about the Luke Cage bug? Rocket and Groot is apparently bugged with Luke Cage, so it doesn't gain power. Which is not how it's supposed to work, because that's not how it works with Scream. Classic second dinner moment. I wonder why it doesn't work. The real classic second dinner moment will be like, well, technically we never wanted it to work this way, so we're actually changing Scream instead of Rocket. That would be a real second dinner moment. Hopefully that's not the way things go. Oh, we're gonna have a long queue, aren't we? As they try and prioritize Game 5s, and I can't imagine there are 1 million people in Game 5 Infinity Conquest on New Year's Eve. Just a hunch. I don't think this is how many people are spending their New Year's Eve. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I hate that. In fact, I think I'm going to do a video talking about... I think that's legitimately Snap's biggest issue, aside from card acquisition. It was like, hey, look at the new card people are playing today. It's crazy how many people are playing this new card. I legitimately saw way more Luke Cage than the new card. But yeah, I think I'm going to talk about... I really do think the one card a week system... So, like, everyone agrees that the acquisition's the problem, right? But I can say, from someone who hasn't had to deal with the pains of acquisition as much as the average player, because I used to spend a good bit of money on the game to do the content stuff that I do. So I haven't felt the pain quite as hard in recent months, because I've just like coasted off of the things I bought in the past. But the real pain, if they do fix card acquisition, is going to be like, it's so hard for them to make new decks. And I think the one card to release model just gets really old, where it's like, oh, everyone's doing the same thing or trying to counter it, and it's the opposite of what I like about card games. How do you see the upcoming year for Snap? More of the same or more adventurous with new developments? Well, the big thing is going to be the acquisition, and truthfully, I think that's going to be the make or break moment for the game, at least in terms of like the online engaged Snap community. That's a moment I think a lot of people are waiting to see if they come back or stick with the game. And so that could go positively or it could go negatively. And I think that will have a pretty big impact on the rest of the year. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Negative, it looks like. Negative is problematic. Maybe. Hi, Lamp. Oh, we get Bast now. Magic. Sure. No, Red Guardian, you missed. You hit the wrong card, little bro. Ooh. It is taking a long time. It is taking a long time. No doubt about it. Oof. Well, I wish I didn't play the Red Guardian now. It's unfortunate. There's Mystique.
I am Iron Man.
Do I snap this? How do they win? They played all their big power cards. I don't want to show them my jug and US Agent for 2 cubes. I've heard US Agent's good against Iron Man, but that's just a rumor, true. True. I have heard that one in the rumor mill. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. No negative, please. Super Scroll. I don't give a shit about that, brother. Not a singular shit. Alright. Pink with Black Crackle and Zabu. That's nice. A good split. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, it was nice they finally buffed Black Crackle. It was long overdue. It only took 2 years. It's pretty fast for second dinner. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. There is a whole lot of negative power. It's because they're playing Mr. Negative. Their negative vibes gave us negative locations. That's how it works. Yeah, he was pretty cooked. Though if there is a time for them to draw all their negative cards, it's better for them to do it when it's only for one or not negative cards. If there's a time for them to miss on Mr. Negative a bunch, it's in the first rounds. Holy shit, they actually found it, but they didn't snap. Who let them cook? Was that a flipped card? It was. So we've seen one flipped card. And we got our good card. Jane. They drew 2. I mean, I think this is still a win. Like, US Agent Jug is a pretty mean, it's pretty mean. There's Gore. There's Taskmaster. There's an Iron Man. Bro, they're running null? They're running null. This person really hates destroy, I guess. They've got to be feeling very demotivated. They drew like shit for the first like 3 rounds, and then they finally got Mr. Negative, and they still didn't win the game. Feels bad for them. They're not even running Zola. We've seen the whole deck. That is one of the choice. That's a choice. That's a choice. Yeah, there's no value in them playing Super Scroll. It just gets me another US agent. Kind of funny. Quick inspection here. 8K collection level. Havoc, eh? There's Super Scroll. There's our boy. Brother, what are we doing here? I don't get it. I don't think they get it either. I don't think they quite get it either. I don't even want to play a second card here. I might not. I might just play the Bast. Although I want to pump this Thena. I don't want to play... I guess I can play the Red Guardian. I would like to put it here, but I don't want it to get -2. Putting it here is so much more win more, though. I guess I'll put it here. Maybe they're trying to protect the Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
Alright, well... I mean, I still Red Guardian it. I'm pretty... Do I even Red Guardian? I guess I don't, because they're at -12 fucking power. I was going to Red Guardian it so they can't Mystique it, but I'll just Red Guardian the Mystique. Five mana for -10 power. That's what I call value, baby. Okay. Bonk. Yeah, I don't see how they win. What are we doing here, brother? What are we doing? What are we doing in this house? Yeah. That was one of the game 5s of all time. Never let anyone tell you Conquest doesn't have completely unfair matchmaking. The funny thing is, like, negative is probably not an ideal matchup for this deck most of the time if they draw decently well and they capitalize on good snapping and retreating. I'll give them some credit. At the start, they were good about retreating when they didn't have anything. But I think they got demotivated and just stopped caring. They really should have stopped playing this card, though. Super Scroll wasn't doing anything. Maybe they were thinking there was some hidden Iron Man in my deck. But no Iron Man here. And we got to upgrade our card. Well, hey, at least we did it before midnight, so that guy can have a fresh start in the new year. He can leave that loss in 2024. Cool. Bum, 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 bum. You could also stop playing in the new year, that's true. Maybe that'll be his New Year's resolution. Stop playing MarvelSnap. Neat. Deck is good. The deck be pretty good. I like this border on this card. Matches the name. It would be one heck of a resolution. Yeah, this deck felt pretty clean. I've been liking it. Feels pretty good. It's the same one that Cam posted with like what, 2 subs? The one he posted for the tier list had Nico and Cosmo. This one has Rocket and Groot and Juggernaut. I certainly don't miss Nico, and I don't think I miss Cosmo either. Jug has just been good. This card's been good. I also think people forgot this card is still good. Also, there's not much Shadow King anymore. I think what happened was people started teching for Doom instead of like scalers, because there weren't as many scalers when Doom came out. People stopped playing them for a bit. And so now very few people are on Shadow King, and this deck really enjoys when very few people are on Shadow King, because all of our cards, not all, but most of our cards, like getting buffed up. I still think it's very silly they made this card a 2/5. It is very silly to me they made this a 2/5 with upside as long as you build your deck the right way. Yeah, Jug has fluctuated in and out of the metagame. Very good card. Ending 20. Fucking... I get Lasher? No, not yet. Lasher is, I think, 1 daily reset away. Or a casual... What? Or a casual 40 high voltage wins, which I do not think I'm gonna do. What's 500... Yeah, 1 more daily reset, and I'll have Lasher. I haven't missed one yet, so tomorrow on reset, or I guess tomorrow at 6 a.m. will be the earliest opportunity to get the card if you didn't spend any gold. And I do not like spending gold on these things because it's a waste. I also don't even think I'd play this card tonight because so many people are playing Luke Cage. Yeah, this deck's pretty good. Feeling pretty solid. Are there any cards I want to split? I guess eventually I need to start going for splits on some of the newer cards that I haven't split. Hey, Boosty. Maybe I'll split this card. I don't know. I should probably go for like... Well, I kind of like the colors on Sage. Juggernaut could be a good one to go for. I've only split him twice. U.S. Agent is very, very good right now. Yes, card is very, very good. Do not think you'd regret picking that one up. Well, I guess I'm going to run it back. What do I use all these things on? I guess I'll get this. And then this. Oh boy, leader boosters, my favorite. I can love me some leader boosters. Thinking about anti-venom, but there are not too many decks that are using them right now. So, for anti-venom specifically, There's going to be a gold bundle with a variant of him in February. So my recommendation would be to not get him with tokens and save your gold and go for that. I can show it here. This is the bundle. It is late February, 4,500 gold. Who knows if the resources will change or not? But if they don't, this is one of the best bundles I think they've ever done. How many games have I played with the Havoc RNG deck? Quite a few. I did that whole Infinity Conquest run with it, and I played a little bit with it on ladder, although not too much on ladder. But yeah, definitely recommend that for anyone who's missing Anti-Venom save for this. It's a very good bundle. They're also doing... They're doing cash bundles for a bunch of these random Series 5 cards. Which obviously aren't as good as gold bundles, because you can't free to play them, but worth paying attention to if you're missing or wanting to go after some of these cards, I guess. There's like Hope Summers, Annihilus, although Annihilus is kind of cheeks. They have like a bunch of them. Gilgamesh. Kind of expensive though. There's a Nimrod bundle. Ajax. I bet that one will be good for some people. So worth keeping an eye on if you're trying to pick up some of the Series 5 cards. God, this one's so expensive. Look at this. 2 Series 5 cards for the low price of $100. And you get some resources too. God, imagine. Imagine. Oh, thank you. There's a Red Hulk one. We don't know the price of that. There is Ghost Spider, then the Anti-Venom. So yeah, there are a bunch of these. There's even a US Agent one at the end of February. But we don't know how much that's going to cost. It's just rough how long it takes for cards to come back. It is very rough. Like, I don't know who thought basically the whole reason they take forever is because they're trying to capitalize on FOMO and make you want to get them when they come out. There's no other reason for them to do that other than being like, well, if you can just wait, they don't want you to get the good value out of weeks, which is like the opposite of the system. It's very silly. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. BRB. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to midnight. Yippee. But yeah, I have some goals for the new year. One of which is I very much need to find a better way to do what I'm doing in terms of like content stuff, because even if Snap turns the ship around, I don't think it's a very bright future for content creation, personally. Which is sad, but it's the, I think, reality. They're playing Mill. Bow, bow. Bullseye looks pretty cool. Yeah, I really do wish they set the game up better for content stuff, but it's rough out there, man. It'd be rough. Ah, that's rude. It's so rude. Fenris Wolf, that's gonna get my Cassandra Nova. Yeah, they 100% do need to address the issues. My thing is, I think even if they address the issues, I think Snap is a very challenging game to do content creation on for a variety of reasons. It's tricky. Oh, 1201. Happy New Year, everybody. Yeah, this deck is good and fun. I like it. It is fun and good. Gambit, rude. What's up, APS? Hope you're doing well. Oh, we can snipe this? Hell yeah, brother. That's pretty sick. I feel like this is a snap. Yeah, my West Coast homies still got a little time. What can I replace US Agent with? Good 2-drop. What would be good in the agent spot? Hey, happy to you too, Snap Seal King. Hope it's a good one. Be a good 2-drop for this deck. Honestly, Angela's probably not bad. Happy New Year, Lamp. Angela's probably fine, I think. Just gives you another scaler. Kate, yeah, Kate Bishop. That's another option. That is probably fine. She can help fill in your curve a bit. Oh, there go the fireworks. They be popping off. A leader. Take their Negasonic. Blow up their... Well, doesn't blow up anything yet, but... Pretty funny. That was great. He's pretty good. Pretty good card. That works out. Moon Knight. Sure. Sure. Jug. Kitty Pride. You as agent. Easily clapped. Bum, 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 na, na. 14K. Ba, 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 da, da. Ba, 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 da, da. I think I might do some Bazaar tonight too. I've been playing a bunch of the Bazaar off stream and I really like it. It's very fun. I'm pretty mid at it, I think. I'm still learning. Very fun game though. It only took Reynad 10 years, but they cooked. I think it's gonna pop off pretty hard when it becomes free for everybody. I think right now the interest is a bit more limited because a lot of people don't want to pay like $30 or whatever for the early access, but I think that shit's gonna be poppin' once it is free to play. Yeah, I feel the same, although I didn't actually have to pay for it, fortunately for me. Whoa, buddy. Is 2025 the year of King Eitri Loki? Is that what is happening in this house? Thanks for my cards, but cheaper. I appreciate it. I really do. That's very kind of you, opponent. They're just a true homie. Only true homies allow you to get double Thena. I saw somebody posting about this, like, Loki is back. So like all these devs are charging money for free-to-play games just so you can play it early. I mean, I think it's fine as long as they aren't deliberately, like, holding it back for the money. I think it gives them time to adjust the game so it's a better experience by the time it actually releases. So I think it kind of works out well. Normally I'm not a fan, like I don't like when retail games charge for early access. I think that's kind of cringe. But I don't really mind devs doing that for like the beta. Like Path of Exile did that. And I was pretty happy to just be able to play it early. Plus I got $30 of like their currency. But I don't like when like AAA games do that. I think it's not great. Game and Lambie were having an interesting discussion about what stats you would give to Loki if he got the draw card back. They settled on 3/3. I guess I could see that. I don't see why why they would want to buff Loki, though. Buffing Loki feels like such a bad idea to me. I mean, you could... Like, I don't mind Loki being more playable than he currently is, but it's a very fine line to walk. They got my kitty? Sure. Havoc is better than he gets credit for. I agree. Is it actually better just to play Sage here? Because they have 6 cards in hand. They might just fill. I think it's better just to play Sage. Just got a Paxco from KM. Nice. Congrats. Some cool cosmetics. My brother in Christ, why would you stay for 8 here? Why would you stay for 8? I mean, you almost got there. But these Havocs weren't chatting off. I think a lot of people just don't care, truthfully. I think a lot of people do not care about their Infinity Conquest ticket nowadays. Can't blame them. The funny thing is they're not even playing Arsham. This isn't even an Arsham deck. It's just Loki for the love of the game. But yeah, I mean, I think Loki being a 3/3 with draw card might be okay. Although, I'd still be hesitant because, man, 3/5 draw card Loki was so nuts. And I don't like what he does to mid-range decks a lot of the time. Makes mid-range decks so cringe. Like, it's such a good tech against them. Ugh. I never like when it's good. Although I don't like... I didn't hate new Loki as much as old Loki. Yeah, it is definitely an interesting topic. They're probably gonna buff Loki. I thought Glenn said something about that. I could be wrong. I thought he made a post like that a while ago. It was like, yeah, we're gonna look at Loki. Maybe he didn't. It all blends together. Bum, 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 bum. Oops. Someone unironically told this man to snap on King Eitri into Loki, and I personally think that is against the Geneva Convention of advising people how to play MarvelSnap. I know it's a controversial, brave take, but I'm not afraid to say it. We talk about hard truths here. Talking about what pieces of bounce move to get hit. What did they land on? I mean, I think they could honestly take away most of the buffs they gave to move, and that deck would still be good, which is kind of funny. Vulture to +5, Cloak to 2/2 +2. It seems reasonable to me. That was a big Sage, but it wasn't big enough. Ghost Spider back to 2. No, I think leaving Ghost Spider is fine. You could also make Human Torch a 1/1. That card gets so out of control so quickly. It would still be fucking massive with the Rania and stuff, but it would require more support to set up. It is funny though. So like a lot of high level players have been calling it the new Loki because it's like, well, it's a problem at high MMR, but it's kind of dog shit elsewhere. But I mean, I don't have Untapped right now, so I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure the stats have crept up on it. I don't think it's nearly as bad across the general population as Loki was. Loki was a unique beast. Loki was a unique beast. Because here's a hot take that I don't think some people are ready to hear. It gets vastly overstated how high of a skill cap most bounce decks are. I think the only one that I think legitimately is actual high skill cap has been like werewolf versions. Werewolf versions, I think, are the exception. I think normal bounce and move bounce are really not that complicated. They just have slightly more decisions than the average deck. But it's not super hard decisions. The werewolf deck requires actual big brain energy. And that deck punishes you hard when you mess up. Move bounce, regular bounce, they don't punish you that hard for making a mistake. Like, you might have slightly less points, but a million -5 is still, you know, a heck of a lot of points. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I think you can afford to make a mistake or two. When you have many, many points and can freely throw prio, it's a pretty good place to be. My time. 7.7k CL. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, friend? What are we doing here? Tempo Carnage into Crossbones. It's not even Arsham, chat. It's not even Arsham. Oh, I think they may have had a few too many New Year's beverages before brewing this deck. Holy fuck. That is wild, my guy. What the actual fuck? That's rude. Brother, who let them cook? What are we? Crossbones, Carnage, Lady Deathstrike. I will give it to them that Lady Deathstrike is actually not bad against my deck. I'm gonna hold. Bum, 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 bum. Bro. They're just playing Carnage for the love of the game. And honestly, I can respect that. I can genuinely respect that. I'm gonna put this here, though. Try and deny their crossbones. Oh, damn. So they're gonna play, like, Crossbones here, I guess. Which is, like, sure. Fine. Called it. I have this little card called US Agent, though. It's pretty poggers. A bit of a pog champion. Hey, Happy New Year to you too, Lost Rabbit. I hope it's a good one. Ba, 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 ba. Appreciate everyone who's stuck around for the content throughout the year. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, nice. Happy early birthday. Little bro was cooking. Someone called the fire department because they burned the kitchen straight down. I wish I could have seen what the rest of this deck was. This is who they designed this game for. This person was probably like, hey, I think all these characters are neat and I'm going to play them. And honestly, more power to them for doing so. Yeah, the first week of January is a pretty good week for spotlights. Are we getting back-to-backs? Just farming people today? Ba, 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 ba. Imagine playing a game for fun. It's crazy. Crazy. Who would do such a thing? Having fun in your video game? I won't stand for it. Ooh. Gotta. This. Bum, 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 bum. Don't fuck me, Nocturne. Don't be rude. Polaris. It's a little rude. Oh, that's very rude. It denies my Red Guardian. Sag. Bum, bum, bum.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Ooh. Not nice, sir. Not nice. Look at all this value. They're getting some fat value, bro. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. I shouldn't stay, but I want to. Really do. They're gonna play like Magneto and move my Sage, and then I'm gonna die. Kind of boat. Bum. Liar. Bum, 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 bum. Get zapped. Mm. Ba, 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 ba. Easy clap. Going back to Silk from yesterday. Said she get too big for moving too often to gain. It'd be fair if they made her only gain power once per turn. Start with lower base power. With an effect like that, yeah, you'd probably have to just make it an incremental once per turn type thing. That would probably be fine. Silk can move like a million times though, so if it was per proc, she would get really, really big sometimes. Maybe it wouldn't even be imbalanced. Who knows? We hold with this hand, I believe. Ba, 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 ba. Immediately punished for holding. That's a shame. Yeah, I mean, maybe it wouldn't do much in current MarvelSnap. Possible would be okay. Okay. Mr. Stegron. They have Prio. One, two, three, four. Stage will be pretty big. Jug. Go mid. Fuck. That does cook me, unfortunately. Jug you don't see too often in this deck anymore. They're playing like an older version of it. Interesting mechanic for Celine. Celine. I wonder if you could just buff Celine's numbers. Make her better. She doesn't do enough to warrant the deck slot inclusion right now, is her issue. Yeah, I don't even know if she would get played as a 1-3.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Steggy, my boy. Juggernaut would make me a bit of a sad panda here. Alright. Sad panda status avoided. Bum, 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 bum. Brother, what is the one card you're staying on here for 4? Seaball? In what world? In what world does that win the game? Make her like Red Guardian with the on reveal, give negative power, but no ability removal. Maybe? But then you couldn't play her on 1. You want to be able to play her on 1 if she's a 1-drop. Yeah, that was one of the plays of all time. That's for sure. They snap me, so I assume they have Scream. That or that was just a Madge snap. That was one of those I am angry and just want the game to end snaps. They also should have put in Asteroid. What are we doing, bro? What are we doing here? Bum, 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 bum. Lena, no!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Lee Raid, what's up, Lee? You're having a nice New Year's. Thanks for the raid, friend. I guess I'm supposed to put it here, because all their big stuff, all their 4s will get moved here. Really just Miles, Captain Marvel, I guess. Maybe it is better here. Although now Captain Marvel can't really move mid. That's good for me. Seaball should still lose them the game, I'm pretty sure.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Sure. Damn, dude. People be drinking that extra strength stupid juice tonight. Can't blame them though. If there's a day to be doing it, New Year's Eve is a pretty good day to be doing it. They're already back to game 5 again. Holy fuck! I had to pick another avatar. What am I gonna do with all these avatars, man? Literally 2 free. I clearly have not drank enough to help give my opponents a more even playing field. What do we want? We get another Rian one. Oh, let's get Galacta. I'm gonna grab another beverage real quick. One. Alright. Let's see if we can grab another one, I guess. Now. Moment, I don't think there are any one-cost cards. Aside from zero-cost wasps that give negative power to cards in play. I think that's correct. Yellow Jacket does, but it does it to your own cards. And that's a 0. But also have it like Rocket and Crew, where she doesn't steal power and can't move. Scourge is playing there. Yeah, that would be an interesting thing for the card. Bum, 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 bum. Bow, 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 bow. Bum, 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 bum. Kazar, 12K CL, member of the Hellfire Club, THC. Can we just say can we take a moment to appreciate how blessed we are on this night to have seen 0 Arsham cringe? Never thought I'd see the day in Conquest where people played real decks that aren't Arsham. The world is healing. I don't know. No. Is there a deck or card more hated than Arsham currently? I mean, probably depends on who you ask, but for me, no. Am I gonna get negative here? Concerning. I am getting negative here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold me, chat. I'm scared. It's alright, we have Red Guardian. We trust. Happy New Year, Ari. We trust in this house. In this house, we trust. Magic? Okay. Yeah, Havoc you usually play on turn 5 or turn 6 most of the time. He be a late game play. Are they just gonna try and Zola me? What the fuck is happening, bro? I am going to Red Guardian the shit out of that. Just to be safe. To do my due diligence. I'm so confused. What the fuck? Why is this in Mr. Negative, bro? What are we doing here? I'm so confused. Boom. Oh, little brother. Little brother. Little brother, what are we doing? Would they have won if they won the flip? they have won. It would have been 22, but it would have been -4. No, they would have lost. Well, they would have won if the Symbiote Spider-Man lived. GG. Maybe it's their backup plan. I mean, having Black Panther Zola stuff for the backup plan, totally reasonable. I just don't think you should put Symbiote Spider-Man in here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the that is the game. What the fuck? We are straight up bullying people on New Year's. Red Guardian do be the MVP. Not the first time he saved us against negative tonight. Man. Don't drink and snap, kids. Boom. Don't drink and snap. I still have 4 tickets. Jeez. That's a great avatar. I'm pleased about this. That is fantastic. Although I'm gonna switch back to the Agent Venom because it's thematic. This deck rips. It's just good. Oh, I had someone who asked about replacements. What would I recommend here? You could try. What would I recommend? I would recommend maybe an Angela. Angela and... it needs to be a small thing. Bum, 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 bum. What would I recommend for people who don't have that? I guess Bishop isn't bad. Angela, Bishop. Any good 4s? 4s aren't very good with this curve, though. Or I guess yes, Silver Sable. So yeah, this deck just keeps winning for me, man. Just keeps winning. It just feels so clean. Rocket and Groot's been pretty good. Like, I already liked the idea of Nocturne in a deck like this, except it felt bad when you shrunk Nocturne. So the fact that this is perfectly sized so it doesn't have negative synergy and can get bigger is quite nice. It also gives you a mover, which is good too. It's a good card. It's a good card. And you need to revert Nocturne. I would not mind. Like, I don't know. Here's my opinion. If we're in a world where Copycat gets allowed to be a 3/5, I think Nocturne can be a 3/5. I think in many situations, this card is better than Nocturne. Even when they're both 3/5s. Like, pick your poison, second inner. Either make 3/5s have more conditional build around effects, like Beast and Viper and Deathlock and all this other shit, or you say, well, we can have some generically strong ones. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. It's like either make this a 3/4 or make this a 3/5. I think it is silly. I mean, don't get me wrong, Nocturne was played in like every deck, but I feel like that ignores, when they say that, like the context. It's ignoring the context of the fact that Nocturne was one of the first 3/5s that was generically good. So of course she was played in like every deck. It gave you location control, and it was just a good stuff card. This card is often going to be more than a 3/5. It needs to hit one time to be a 3/5. So it's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why are we being overly safe on Nocturne? Yeah, I got boosters from the Conquest games. Magic was around when Nocturne released too, yeah. That was definitely more popular, so it got some Nocturne got some more value. I think Juggernaut might be the next card I go for a new split on. We could YOLO for an ink. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's YOLO for an ink on 4. Prediction. Yeah, Venom Jug is great. Alright, we need to level up another one. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Infinity. Pay no attention to the 47 spotlight keys behind the curtain. Alright, that was split number 3. Wait a second for the Gamba. This is split number 4. Admittedly, I think I'd prefer this in gold, but big money. Ooh, it was in fact big money. Believers rewarded. Believers rewarded. You love to see it. The green goes kind of nice with the orange, I think. That looks cool. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Do I have an inked bass? No, I only have gold. But I prefer gold on this anyway. It looks nice. Nice looking. Let's open our garbage. Let's see what is in The collector's reserves. Oh boy, just what I wanted. Punisher. Gold ticket. Puke. Bro, stop it. Stop it. I know, I'm so key poor. Ever since they announced that change, did I win last round? I did. I did. We got back-to-back borders. We took them for 8. And then they conceded. Alright, at least credits are fine. Really, the only things I want from these nowadays are just more credits for splits and the variants. I don't really care about anything else. But that's nice. We got a nice looking inked jug. Looks pretty good. Looking good. Maybe I'll go for Rocket and Groot next. For those that weren't here the other day, I got a 6 split on Galacta. How many times did I split her? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This, kids, is why you set up your shop for bonus boosters to always be on the cards you want. If you like splitting cards, there is nothing better you can do in this game in terms of speeding up splits on new cards than emptying your bonus booster shop. You only see the new cards. It's actually, I think, my favorite feature they've added this year. It's such a good feature. Goated feature. It made me go from not caring at all about new splits to, or new cards getting splits, to having it on a lot of new cards. Like Miss Thena. We have 8 different variants. That do be annoying. I wish it would just show the one you prioritize. I wish it would just show your favorite. It is the only downside of the system. But it's a small price to pay. I forgot I have this. This was a spotlight. What do you guys think of the Rocket and Groot variant coming out? Rocket and Groot. Not gonna lie, I might like the base variant better. I don't mind this. Like, I think it's cool and all. See how it looks animated. But I think I prefer the base. Kind of like Wiccan. Although with Wiccan, the variant was too similar to the base. It was the same artist, and I didn't like the pose as much. I like Scotty Young. Also, Rocket is so freaking small here. Luna's base is good too. I mean, honestly, most of the rivals have pretty good base art, I think. I like the rivals' base art better than their spotlights a lot of the time. What's this spotlight look like? This looks way too similar to the base art. I think the base art looks better, actually. Yeah, I'm not really into the Rivals variant ones that much. Bum, 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 bum. Not super into these. I like the Jeff. The Jeff is cute. But Jeff is always cute. Jeff is really the only one I like, I think. I think the base art kind of slaps for this one, though. Yeah, Luna's nice. I like her variant. Her base goes hard, though. This is a very cool base art. Midriff base, yep. True. Apparently Luna Snow is created for a gotcha game, I think. I think the Hella one's fine, but Hella has a bunch of other good ones. I guess it's fine. I still like this one more, though. I also like the chibi. That reminds me, I need to play some Rivals to get that Jeff skin. I want to get it before the event ends. Even though I haven't played a whole lot of the game. It is a cute skin. And Jeff is one of the characters I like to play a lot. I wasn't that big on the Jeff mode, though, which I was kind of sad about, because I thought I would like it because I like Splatoon, but God, Jeff's ulting after each other is so obnoxious. It's just, they just spam them. But at least it's short. At least the games are short. So it goes by quickly. But yeah, I thought I would like it a lot more than I did. I wasn't really into it. Wasn't really my jam. Well, I've played so much of the small ball. I should probably play something else. What if we just throw Rocket and Groot into Thanos Zoo? Is that ever a move? Well, I don't think I want to cut any of these cards for it. That's the thing. Not sure I want to cut any of these cards. Hey, Happy New Year to you too, Ray. Rocket and Jean, kidding, mostly. We could try it for fun. I saw some people playing Jean Guardian stuff and it looked fun. I'm sure it's not that great, but might be playable. Thoughts of the new card? It's pretty good, but it's kind of a generically good card. So, like, I don't think it's one you super need necessarily. This one didn't work as well for me. But yeah, it's been good. We snagged 2 Infinity Borders tonight, playing a list with it. Alright, let's see. Rocket and Groot. Jean Grey. I am a sucker for a good Jean Grey deck. Not gonna lie. Always liked Jean Grey. I was big on this card before it came out. The art goes dumb hard too. Nebula for sure. We're gonna make it kind of thematic. We're gonna do some Guardian theming. We're gonna put in a Nebula. We're gonna put in a Gamora. Yes, it's a good Jean. That was the week Spotlights came out. We're gonna run a Gamora. Which Gamora should we use, chat? Which one? We have so many. I'm partial to this one, or this one. 1, 2, or 3. Which one do we go with? I really like this one. I think I'm going to use this one. Okay, so now the question is, what else do we want in this fucking deck? What are I think Safety posted a Jean deck. Let's look. He did post a Jean deck, but it's running different cards than I want to run. Although I guess I could do something similar. It seems reasonable. Do you have more than one Jean deck? I think he just had the one. Yeah. Oh no, he had 2. But no, he had 1. Never mind. Alright, I mean, it doesn't look unreasonable. So he tried to do some Professor X silliness with some move cards. That looks like it could be fun. He ran Luna Snow, which I'm not sure if that's needed in this deck. Although his deck looks pretty good. It looks reasonable. So he went Jeff, Penny. This is another card that I like the base variant of. Pretty good. Although she has a good variant coming. Some Eliath. Yeah, he did run Eliath. So he ran Luna Snow, Eliath. Red Guardian. Nocturne. Maybe I just run one less mover in favor of Gamora. Because I want to play Gamora. I'm not going to use a border on him, but this one would look very nice. So let's see, he had Angela, Nocturne, Nightcrawler. This is other cards. I think Nightcrawler makes sense for a deck like this. Helps fill the gene lane. So our last card we could do probably another two. We could do the Angela like he had, or we could do... Is there another two that's good? Kate isn't bad. Gives us stuff to fill in our curve, and that could be good with Luna. Hydration Robert, also not a bad option for a deck like this. Seems reasonable to me. Mean Gene. Fuck it. Let's try it. Let's get some boosters. What do we get? Jessica Jones, Hulk, and White Tiger. It's been so long since I've actually had enough Conquest stuff left over to buy boosters. You well. Bum 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 bum. Combine. Where are you, Gene? Where's my Gene? There she is. Poggers. Is Luna ever better here? I don't really want to ramp them when they have Doctor Doom, so probably not. Ooh, Wong, that's kind of funny. Ba-na, 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 ba. Luna Snow. It's my Luna Snow. So they're gonna like play Doom on the left or something. Bum, bum, bum. Chat, I don't think they're ready. I don't think they're ready, chat. What's about to happen? They're not ready for our friendly neighborhood Goliath. Up order. Bum, 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 bum. Just beat a Rocket and Groot Gene deck to complete my mission board. Nice. Yeah, I have no idea how good something like this is, but it sure seems fun. I just like having an excuse to get to play Gamora. Whoa. Oh, man. Oh, no! Are you serious? We lost to the Iron Lad nut draw? Shit. That's unfortunate. Rocket and Groot was so close to being clutch. I'll admit, I did forget they were kind of forced to play into the left. Maybe I should have Eliat the left. Bro, what is this deck? It's so greed. I guess it's maybe a ramp version. Yeah, it is a neat interaction with Magneto. Ba, 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 ba. A Jubilee. I guess it is just a ramp deck. Doom ramp. Super Scroll. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, do I die to that? I actually might. I do, huh? By 1. Oh, if I flip this with if I put Nightcrawler here, I won. Misplay. That is unfortunate. This is a hella greedy Doom deck. But do be working. Was close indeed. Ba, ba, na, 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 na. Ba, 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 na, ba, ba, ba. Psylocke. Rip Penny. Don't actually need Penny though. What's up, Oak Boomer? Happy New Year. Playing Power World? Are you checking out the expansion? Is that any good? Jubilee. Wongers. Magneto is probably bad for me. Spectrum? What the fuck? Spectrum, you say? Well, our goose is hella cooked, isn't it? They're gonna play it on the left. Yeah, there's no winning here. Unfortunately. Yeah, I mean they kind of drew the nuts with their absurdly greedy Doom deck, and we did not. Ooh, 200. That's nice. Season's cards ended up being a bit underwhelming for me personally. I thought with them doing an ad this month, the cards would have been amazing. I think they're all just good cards. One creating a new deck. Yeah, that's about right. Let's see. So we had Doom was the standout. And then Banner was bad. Penny was decent. Luna was okay. Rocket and Groot's pretty good. Galacta was great. Galacta and Doom were the standouts of the season. Expansion's fun for Power World. That's nice to hear. I had some fun playing that with friends when it came out. Maybe we'll have to check it out at some point. But yeah, the rival season was fine. Not particularly overly exciting, but fine. I think next season has some cool cards, and I think aside from the season pass in February, I don't like most of the cards in February. You got Lasher? Nice. I'm going to get Lasher on the next quest reset. Not sure what I'm going to do with him yet, other than just like a buff deck. Oh, Arsham, we were doing so good at avoiding the cringe all night. We were doing so good. I guess nothing lasts forever. I got my 2 borders though, so... Used Loki in high voltage. Interesting. You ran into like 2 different people, I think, playing regular Loki decks tonight. Bruh. It's so silly. That is some silly shit. These locations are cheeks anyway. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, how dare you goblin my Groot lane. It's a crime. It's funny because it's net neutral power, but it is pretty silly. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. I think we're gonna shut off that Nebula and then play some Rocket Groot shenanigans. Fastos. Can't spell Fastos without ass. Ba, 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 ba. Really? Symbiote Spider-Man. Okay. No, I guessed wrong. Sag. That's kind of rude. It's a bit rude, gamer. A little bit rude. Ba-na, 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 ba-na. Boo. Boo, Arsham, boo. Alright. I am going to concede because I don't feel like playing against the turbo loser deck for 80 more rounds. My enjoyment is not worth that. Bum, 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 bum. And this is my New Year's gift to them. There's a mystery variant this week for personal rewards. Also, there's a new quest. Spend energy. They finally realized, hey, maybe we should give people a quest that doesn't suck ass to complete. It only took them half a year. They figured it out, though. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Ba, 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 ba. Oh boy. Low CL destroy player. Interesting. Right now, Killmonger. Yippers. Some fat value.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh. Bro, order lulled it. Oh, well, they couldn't not order lull it because of Gene. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Bum, 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 bum. Not looking good. Mm, 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 mm.
What a game!
Yeah, that ain't it. That ain't gonna be it. Yeah, I get it, buddy. You're low CL and you have a small penis. It's a hard life to lead. Oh, please tell me they DC. That would be such poetic fucking justice. Let this stupid emoting piece of shit DC. Yeah, that's what I thought. You stupid little bitch. That's it. That is such perfect karma. That is such perfect karma. The most unnecessary Miss Marvel you've ever seen into losing the game to a disconnect. Maybe think about it twice next time before you emote like a shithead. Absolutely deserved. The only crime was I couldn't Miss Marvel them back at the end. Ba-ba-ba-dum. Oh, there's a Blastoise promo going on. What's up, Claymore? Happy New Year to you, too. That's always nice to hear. People still enjoy the stuff if they're not playing the game. Always surprises me to hear that, but it's nice. Do you think the card acquisition system improvement will include spotlights and keys? I do not. I personally do not think so. I think they're axing the spotlight system. But spotlights will probably get converted into whatever the new thing is, I imagine. Run for your life. This way. That way. Venom. So I'm trying to work out if I should save keys or use them all up. I think the way I see it, there's no way they screw over the people who have a lot of keys. So I think saving them is better. Like, they could not afford the negative backlash that would cause if the keys weren't properly compensated for. I guess I'm supposed to hold. Supposed to hold this so I can play into Morag if need be. Big death. Wait, why didn't I move the Jeff to the middle? Am I stupid? Also, I didn't have priority because of the tiebreak. I am stupid. I am stupid. This is what playing too much MarvelSnap does to your brain, chat. Alright, buddy. We get it. We get it. We get it. Destroy players and needlessly emoting. Name a more iconic duo. He'll do 10 gold tickets per key and say it's generous, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, you're not wrong. They are pretty good at that. Bum, bum, bum. Look at this new promo Blastoise. It looks cool. Look at this promo Pikachu. It's so adorable. Bum, 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 bum. Free promo. I guess I'm gonna log in and do that. Let's open a pack. Brother, why are you roping? You just won 8. Are you being like a salty bitch that I didn't insta-concede or something? I don't understand. It's not fucking proving grounds, little bro. Like... All right, we're 2 for 2 on Insta Karma versus fucking emoting destroy players. That is so funny. They emote like a dickhead and then they DC. Ben Brode is watching over me. He's using his powers of monetization to disconnect their games and ruin their New Year's. Ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na. New Year's event. Promo Pikachu acquired. It's so cute. I love it. It's such a cute Pikachu. Cheese. Is it another destroy player that's gonna emote me and then disconnect? If it happens a third time, something weird is going on. DDoSing them, yep. I am. Feels like most of the player base stopped taking Conquest seriously months ago. Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. Oh, there's more. Wow, dude. There's more event missions in Pocket. Feels good, man. Agony, Hulkbuster. They're playing like the kitty deck. He looks back. Bum, 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 bum. The event missions have been quite nice for Pocket. Oh, and got a mole trace for logging in. Oh, the mole trace was for having the pass, right? Oh, it's a promo mole trace. Cool. Wait, what happened? Oh, they're just playing Destroy. It's just a weird Destroy list. Interesting. Funk. Deadpool, get shrunk, little bro. Hate it since the second month. Yeah, I've never been a big Conquest Andy personally. Never really been my scene. I mean, okay, I was thinking of Boomer snapping them, but bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Lol, nice Venom, bro. My life. Killmonger can't hurt us. It's not real. I don't believe in it. It isn't real, chat. I don't believe. It's fake news propaganda. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ah, no. Wait, go right, go right. Yes. Pog. We're pogging out. So the plan for this week for streams, what I'm thinking, I might actually stream tomorrow, but I think I'm taking Thursday off. My goal is I want to try and do 5 streams a week with 2 days off. Which days and when will probably vary. But that's the plan. Mr. Fantastic. Sure. Sure. Bruh. It's fine. Bum, 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 bum. Talk about it. Ba 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 ba. Oh, I really wanted Prio here. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna get it. But this should still win most of the time, I think. Because if they can only play one big card, they should lose. Sure. Do 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 do. We don't have any business being this deep in with this deck. It doesn't feel that good. But yet we keep winning. I feel like Hydra Bob should probably be in this deck instead of maybe Nightcrawler, but Nightcrawler is kind of cool with Nightcrawler is kind of cool with Jean. The Eliath hasn't been that great. Is there ever another deck better than Eliath here? Not that I'm seeing, really. His Red Hulk is just a big stat stick. That might be better, actually. I think a stat stick might just be better. Man, I'll tell you what though, the snap category is not looking good. Not looking good right now. Last time, I can actually go check if I want how the snap category was looking last year during New Year's. It was a lot better. It was a lot better than it is this year. I have 21k tokens. I'm missing 10 cards. I'll be getting Corvus, Gilgamesh, and Nocturne in bundles the next 2 months. Nebula, Kang, Nocturne, and the Spotlight. So, it's going to be time to use my tokens on the remaining 4 cards of Cersei, Living Tribunal, Makari, and Hercules. Honestly, I don't think any of those cards are worth 6k tokens. If I'm being real with you. If I'm keeping it 100% with you, I mean, Living Tribunal, at the very least, gives you a new deck. So it's got that going for it. The others, Hercules is bad. Makari's fine, but really mainly in like a Surfer or a buff deck. And Cersei isn't very good. Gilgamesh is good, but he's in a bundle. Upcoming. I understand waiting. But yeah, I mean, if you want to have a fun little combo deck, it's not a bad way to go. He's also good for farming high voltage, but I think you're already done with high voltage, right? So. Chat, I'm sad. I'm bigly sad. I have a large amount of sadness here. Bro, what is this deck? What is this deck? What are they cooking? 4K CL. Bum 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 bum. Kind of want to snap them back, but if they have the Panther combo, it could be problematic. We do have Acid Arrow, though. Is there an easier way to manage splitting my cards? In the sense I have so many variants, so many of them I need to upgrade, and I don't know where to start. So I have a little guide on what to do, but it's really just going through your collection and figuring out which cards you haven't upgraded that are like showing up in your booster shop, and then booster farming those up. Yeah, here I can link it. Let's target specific. Yeah. I'm gonna get. Wait, Fenris? What? Chat, I'm so confused. The fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? Can't wait for Victoria Hannah Moonstone. Should be fun. Should be fun. Brother, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Well, you guys have learned the secret hidden tech for farming Infinity Conquest. Wait till people are absolutely fucking hammered on New Year's Eve, and you will get the freest games of your fucking life.
Breaking news.
These are some of the worst Conquest games I have ever seen. Opponent snapped. Oh boy. Ba, 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 ba. Balls. Bum, 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 bum. Rocket and Groot, baby.
Wakanda forever.
Funk. No target, nerd. Wonder what the 12th card is. Me too. Me too. I thought they were gonna... Well, I guess we saw. It's Grandmaster. Now we know. Oh shit, I might have died, chat. I actually died. Oh no, I tied. I didn't die. Hog. That was one of the decks of all time. Bro, we're going to another game 5. I don't think I can in good conscience post this deck though if I win with it. I do not think it's that good. It's just kind of fun. Bum, 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 bum. Well, we're picking the Gene avatar. That is an unfortunate hit. Gonna have to buy the Pro Bundle. Apparently you can buy the Pro Bundle like 10 times now or something silly. For real? I think so. Pretty sure they changed it a while ago so you can rebuy it a bunch. But I don't know because I have not done that. Rocket and Garoo. Man, we're straight bullying this Galacta. Luke Cage, eh? They have a Red Hulk too, is the issue. Fuck it. Doom. Insta retreat, okay. So it's a greedy Doom deck? It's, I don't understand why they're playing Magic. $33K. Wow, they're very similar to my collection. Bum, 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 bum. Be all right. Magic. Ba 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 dum ba ba ba. Oh, no reason to move yet. Can I just pass? I guess I can snap him. Yep. Yeah, I'm not big into the variants. I use tokens. I think it's also just more value to use tokens if you have them until the new system drops, where it'll be 2k if you low roll. Be all right. Bum, bum, bum. I will say I like the Celine variant. It's just not a very playable card, unfortunately. Oh, hello. Hello, Miss TVA. Less playable than Kang? I don't know if that's true. I think Kang is worse. Or Kang... Yeah, I think Kang is worse.
Time's up.
Don't I just play this here and win? This is only 6, so mine will be 7. I guess it's better to put it here. In case they magic. Jubilee. Psylocke. They're cooked. Get Gamora'd, son. Not looking so good for ye old Santa balls. Got Negasonic, Loki, and the White Widow bundles. Just a casual bit of whaling. I bought the Loki bundle with some Christmas money. Mainly for the gold. I like the Loki variant, though, but it was mainly for the gold. Because there are a bunch of Rian variants coming up, and I want them. It's a little annoying. Doom, sure. Damn, I want a Red Guardian the Doom, but... Wait, do I ever just do this? I think I do this. Ah, shit. That's bad, chat. It's bad. Although, wait. Still winnable because of the Rockets and Groots, maybe? I guess not. Sad. Right, because we could put 5 and then 4. 5 and 4 is 9, 10, 11. 11 would get me to 18, but they're going to have exactly enough with one more Doombot. They also have another Lad Blue Marvel. They finally got one. Negasonic looks like some Karen skiing. Honestly, kind of true. Big Red Hulk time. Oh, they get my Red Hulk? That's cheating. I don't much care for that. I need a playable card. Nightcrawler's a playable card. Their hand must have been bad, I guess. Or they were mad at Jeff Alter. I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. Want it for the currency? That's fair. That's fair. It was nice to know you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Bum 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 bum. It is a little wild. It's possible there are just less people watching on New Year's this time, but like, as someone who has streamed on New Year's Eve for the past, this is my 3rd year doing it, year 1 and 2, I got some pretty damn good viewership. This year, not so much. Appreciate all of you, but it's definitely a lot lower this year. I genuinely think they've cooked themselves with this card release system, man. It really, maybe I'll record the video live because I need to record that for tomorrow. I want to have a New Year's Day video talking about the real biggest problem in Snap, which is their dumb 1 card a week system. Fuck. My Red Hulk's bigger than mine. I don't like that. I mean, it's just fucking Groot. But we do die to their... Wait. Brother, why would you play that now? Were they afraid of getting clogged or something? Boom. They're hanging on by a thread. But yeah, I don't know. As someone who has been able to avoid a lot of the pain points of the acquisition system better than most due to my large amount of resources from days past, the one thing a week acquisition system I think is so bad for long-term interest in this game. I think it's actively screwing them over. Random, never ending. Don't go mid, you fucker. Although, it's not terrible, I guess. Do they want to change it? I don't think so. Going by prior comments they made, I do not think they want to change it. So I don't really expect it to change. Luke Cage, sure. Go right, go right. Fuck. Alright, so Doom will be 5 and 5. And then they get another bot, which is going to pump everything. I think I lose. I mean, so 5 here, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So they get 10 here, they go to 20. Guess we just hope they don't have Doom. Pretty sure they have Doom though. Yeah. That's so lame because I easily had them beat if the Doom bot didn't land in the Doom lane. This is very unfortunate. Like, they were so dead to rights if I just could Red Guardian their ass. I think I'm getting to the point spending in the game where I would just buy stuff to upgrade cards, and I don't think that's a good path for the game. Yeah, you're probably starting to see the higher you get, the more cards you get, the more diminishing returns your spending ends up being, which is why a lot of the people like myself who used to spend a fair bit of money on the game stopped. The incentive to spend just falls off. Which is what's really remarkable to me about it is, like, they managed the monetization in a way that pissed off all the free-to-play people. But it didn't even maximize, like, making non-free-to-play people want to spend. Because once you hit a certain threshold, it becomes actively not great to spend. And I'm just like, what the... Tell that to CL King? Alright, look, the 5 people who are fucking 100,000 CL or whatever. Good for them. But I think the game needs more people than that to live long term. Find it ironic? That's what mobile games do to a motherfucker. They're a hell of a drug. Oh, I actually want it here so that this pops. All right, chat. How big was the fucking Red Hulk? Does anyone remember? I don't remember. I do not remember how big it is. $13? I think it's 13. That'll be 14 with Doom. So 13, this is 14. Not Doom, it'll be 14 with this. So this would tie, and we could win tie breaks here. I think we just go for tie breaks. I guess if they have Zabu with it, I could get kind of cooked. 13 would mean I could have 13 here and 3. Oh, I should have left him in the middle if going for tie breaks, actually. Oh, I forgot about Galactus. Shit. Oh, am I really gonna lose this pile of dog shit? Because they keep getting Luke cringe. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, why would you keep spending money as a ultra high spender? There's no incentive. Like, what is the... And people get bored with the game eventually. Alright, they finally are having a bad opener. Upsaw. Oh. That's annoying. But I can shut it off. I mean, I can go Rocket, or I can go Prof. Bro. Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hey, Cam raid. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you're enjoying the start to the new year. You caught us playing some real jank shit in the final round of Infinity Conquest number 3. People are really, really bad at Infinity Conquest. I don't know if you guys knew this. People are really, really bad. I know this is shocking. What am I doing here? I know it's don't tell anyone. It's a secret. It is a secret. I mean, they're looking pretty cooked. Is there some secret way they find their way out of this? The start of this run was really funny. So the deck lost really, really badly, which, again, shocking, I know. A deck looking this good losing is crazy. But the first 2 games were destroy players, and they BM'd the shit out of me because I was just fucking around, and then they immediately disconnected. I think both of them won 8-2. It was some true, beautiful justice. It was actually too funny. Holy shit, they run a super scroll. Well, we earned the Jean Grey avatar, Pog. This deck's been fun. I don't think it's good, but it's fun. It is fun. The Red Hulk was a lot better than the Eliath was. The Eliath was kind of bad. Red Hulk won some games. Well, we did the thing. Well, I said I wouldn't post it to Twitter if I won, but I feel like this is the exact kind of deck Twitter would fucking love. I just need to make sure to include, this is bad, don't play it. Although I've played worse decks. There are worse decks. Yeah. Everyone in Infinity Conquest is bad, so it evens out. It evens out. Oh, that was you, King Rock? Well, GG's. I'm sorry to gatekeep you. I honestly didn't expect this thing to go that far. It's a little bit of a pile. It's true. I am talking massive shit. But it's all for the audience. It's for the entertainment. It's all a character. Don't cancel me. This is fun though. I enjoyed it. I had some fun. I think the Luna Snow is kind of janky. Didn't really do a lot with Luna Snow, but the other cards did things. I just wanted to play Gamora and Jean and Rocket, and I was like, all right, we have a deck. Luna did very little most of those games. She was actively kind of bad in a lot of the games. But yeah, it's been a slaughterhouse here in the Infinity Conquest tonight. People been drinking a little bit too much of the good New Year's juice, I think. And it has not helped. It has not helped. But we got an avatar. Yippee. I didn't already have this one right now. The other ones I got were better, though. I got this, and I got this. Pretty good. We were playing this before. This deck is gas. I really like this deck. It's very fun to play. You can jam a little ladder with it. Wait, I gotta use my boosters first. Or whatever, before I forget. No, not... Yes, boosters. Give me something good. Something good, please. New card. 2099. Yippee. Can use it on my new variant. My new 2099 variant. Man. I wish this card wasn't so ass. He has some good variants. Look at all these variants. This one's kind of sick. You almost lost one today, really? Were they just jamming it in regular move or something? I had a deck I really loved with this card a few months ago. Breaking Chains, thanks for the follow. Hope everyone's having a good New Year's. One card off full Mythical Island set. Nice. Which avatar did I get? So I got the Jean Grey one. I was like, well, we're playing a Jean Grey deck, so might as well get the Jean Grey avatar. I like this one. Space Boy, thanks for the follow. Fenris Wolf. That is so incredibly based. That is so incredibly based. I love it. Fenris Wolf is a very cool card. I like that card a lot. Yeah, I was like, well, we're playing Jean. We had no business making it to game 5. The 2 destroy players in the first games had me down to like no cubes off of 8 cubes. And they BM'd and disconnected. Once, like, alright, that's fine. But having it happen twice in a row, I was like, what the hell is going on? Did we discover a new Kitty Pride glitch or something? But there's nothing like getting a rude I won emote into instant disconnect. It was very funny. Yeah, so for Infinity Conquest, it almost always, if not always, tries to pair people on the 5th thing. I don't know if it does that for the other ones, but it always tries to pair people on game 5. I think it only lets you pair people on game 5, but I'm not 100% on that. Well, now we have more people here. We need a chat consensus. We need a chat consensus on the Rocket and Groot variant. Yeah, Profx carried pretty hard. What do you guys think about this? Do you like it? Do you dislike it? It's bad. I'm not too into it either. I feel like it feels worse than it is because they cooked pretty hard with the default art. Oh, you meant the spotlight? This one, Fox? I think it's like fine, but I really like the default. I think they cooked with the default. The default kind of bangs. It's like Wiccan. Wiccan is one of the rare, like, I really think they just cooked with the default art. It's just good. I'll pull it back up for those who didn't see it. I bet it looks better animated. I like the artist. Like, Scotty Young has some good variants. Yeah, like, I like these. He only has 4 variants in Snap. That's wild. I have all these, I think. Appreciate the follows, everybody. I think it'll look nice. But yeah, it definitely is very much in like the Rivals style, which is kind of interesting because not all the cards are, right? Like the penny doesn't feel super, I mean, I guess it does a little. It's not as exaggerated as the Rivals art is. She has a good base too. But she has a banger variant. It's just not out yet. Penny is a really good one. Penny. Penny has... It's like her thing from the movie, isn't it? This one... Yeah. This one's sick. But it's going to look very cool animated. Spider-Verse was a great movie. They just need to release the sequel sometime before 2030. It was so funny when they came out and were like, oh, didn't they say it was going to be like a year later? And then the people working on the movie were like, what the fuck are you talking about? It was pretty... I remember something coming up with that. That was a fun movie. I was gonna say we could split a card, but we already used our stuff on splitting Jug. Gonna go the way of the Batman? Oh man. I liked the Penguin so much, I ended up like rewatching the Batman on a whim. That was a fun movie. Penguin was sick though. Penguin was, I think, my favorite show of this last year. If you want a good mob boss type show, watch the fucking Penguin, dude. That shit fucked. We got this earlier. Looks pretty nice. What do we want to play? I mean, I guess we could play a bit with the small ball. I want to try Lasher for fun, but I don't have him yet. I'm one reset off. I could just buy it with gold, but I don't really want to. Plus, there's like a million people playing Luke Cage today. How have you guys been liking the card? It's been fun. I think he's pretty good. The Luke Cage bug is a little annoying, where it doesn't sap the power. It's a very good stuff type of card. I do think it's fun to play around with, though. They cooked with the animation, too. The animation's pretty sick. It's just kind of like new Nocturne-ish. Just like a new, good, movable card that's often a 3/5 or more. I'm going to try this Wolf deck, too. But it's too late in the stream to be playing a fucking Wolf deck. That requires too many brain cells. How big's group been getting for me? Honestly, I haven't really been tracking it, but I think usually it gets like 2 procs at least. Sometimes less if you play it late. But 2 proc, even just 1 proc, you're like fine with it. It's nothing to write home about when you get 1 proc, but you get a 3/5 that can move. It's not bad. I've really liked the small ball deck though. This is the one I played a bunch and it felt very clean. I'm not brave enough to play the Gene deck on ladder. Got him to 3/7. Yeah, it's pretty big. Essentially a 3/11 if no cage. Bum, 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 bum. I imagine ladder's kind of quiet tonight. People doing other things. Yeah, this is the last day of the streamathon. Year number 3. Every day in December, baby. It was pretty good. Pretty good. Bum, 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 bum. Saving the Twitch community? Something like that, sure. Well, I don't have a way of getting rid of this, so maybe I just yam it out. You could wait to see what this is, but I think I'd rather just curve out. They're probably playing Scream. That's what this looks like. So we want to save the RG for Doom. I mean, I think I just play the Sage. They played nothing on 3. Now we gotta do this. We have Red Guardian for Doom. Looks like a snap to me. The only thing that sucks is when the Doom spawns a bot in its own lane to protect itself. Then you feel kind of sad. Or I guess it can protect itself on the left. Captain Marvel. Okay. I mean, this looks pretty fucking good. We go Demon, Red Guardian, Kitty next turn. Oh, I'm gonna Red Guardian the shit out of that. So what they're gonna, the most they could get if they play nothing to the right would be 11 if they move the Jeff. So we could go this for 12. And then where do we want the kitty? We have 15 here. We're gonna get 5 more here and then another 4. Bring 9 here. You just put it here. Well, they're probably abandoning this lane, actually. We could put it on the right, but I kind of like playing for all 3. I mean, they could Shang me. Shang would make me a little sad. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have put it mid. We'll see what happens. They didn't move the Jeff. They did Shang me. RG. That does not work very well with your Captain Marvel, friend. That is what we call some anti-synergy. I know not RG, US Agent. That doesn't do so hot with this card. They must also be running Cage, I would guess. Also, is Shang worth right now? I feel like there's not a lot of Shang things running around. What are these? They finally added a new thing to the Alliance. Are they here? No, I don't have one. They finally added a quest to the Alliances that is, like, not terrible. Just using energy. I kind of stopped doing these, but the reward this week has me doing it. Trying to get one step closer to getting all the variants, or the rare variants at least. I think I need like 60 more or something. I checked the other day. I don't really buy them, but you open them over time from reserves and the login rewards and shit. Ba, 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 ba. Is my alliance full? It's not, but if we're being honest, I don't think you want to be in my alliance because we never finished the stuff. My alliance is super dead. Everyone kind of got bored and gave up. Well, that's a little bit of a non-bow, sadly. Alright. I'm very okay with that. Do I yeet the demon? What's in my deck? We'd be happy with Thena. We'd be happy with... Honestly, most of these cards we don't want being pulled out right now. So I guess I'm just going to play this. I mean, I guess Cass is good. Agent Venom's good. There are enough good hits. Fuck it. We'll Gamba. We will Gamba. What's in the box? Alright. Thena's a great hit. Wish I had Prio here, but sadly we do not. Thanks for the follow. Greatest ketchup. With a name like that, do you have a favorite ketchup brand? These are the real questions we need the answers to. Pumped Athena. Heinz based. I don't even think I know another ketchup brand other than Heinz. But yeah, Happy New Year. Eat another beer. Got these nice kiwi strawberry sours. They're good. Good old Wicked Weed. Well, it's a little sad they're getting around my Rocket and Groot, but... So, what do we do here? Here we... I think it's Havoc... Agent? I mean, I could grow the kitty. But doesn't it end up being kind of the same? So this will win this lane. They're probably going to win the middle, but I'll just jug them. Although they could screw me with, like, playing in Spider Island, which I guess they probably do. That's a weird spot to be in. I guess I'll just leave him guessing. Oh, Guardian left would stop it. That's true. Yeah, it's probably the move, actually. That's probably the move. I like this line. Ah, shit, they moved it. 5-head play. Except now they're gonna get clapped by our agent. I mean, this seems good. We'll ship it. Actually, wait. Wait. Because the Captain Marvel can move here as well. We don't really need to use US Agent here because we can just win the lane with Demon. And then we can Agent here, and that stops the Captain Marvel. Right? We'd have 5. I guess that would be a tie, actually. Be a tie mid. So I guess this is better for potential tie breaks. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna ship it. They're probably gambling on the left anyway. Alright, we're good. That was a very silly game. Pew pew.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
It worked out. Dina OP. Dina my goat. For real, for real. Yeah, it's just an unfortunate series of locations for them. Quantum Tunnel, Spider Island, and Savage Land. That is a heck of a location lineup. I'm gonna grab another drink though, so be right back.
Zombies go nom he's a snap fiend. With decks and strategies, he's always keen. From zombies to arrow, his love runs deep. He's got opinions on every card, he'll make you weep. He's talking meta, he's talking tech. He's sharing screenshots, he's breaking necks. He's got hot takes and spicy memes.
I hope you enjoyed the song. It's a fun little song. Shout out to Splat for sending it to me. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. On a fire. What are they rocking? With this hand, I will take a Sentinel. You don't have anything else to do. Rewarded. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I do think Moonstone is going to be a pretty limited card in terms of its application. Cravens, they're doing move stuff. Okay. So I don't want 3-drops here because I can get Magnetoed. So I'm just going to Cassandra. This fills my hand up a bit, but that's okay. Werewolf Craven. Let him cook. Let him cook. I mean, I'm pretty sure we snap this. Yeah. I do respect a nice werewolf by night, and that is a nice werewolf. But I do want to play werewolf, but like we're too long into the stream and too many beers deep to be playing a deck that actually requires more than a handful of brain cells. And werewolf is like the one deck in the game that actually really applies to. You get punished when you play that deck wrong. Black and blue. Kind of beer am I drinking? This is Wicked Weed Brewery, a strawberry kiwi sour. I'm very partial to sours. I love all kinds of sour stuff. Sour Patch Kids are my weakness. If left alone with them, I will do unspeakable things. I will literally eat those motherfuckers till, like, it burns my tongue. It's bad, man. I have a mean sweet tooth for sour candy. I think Werewolf has the eternal struggle of... It's probably better than it gets credit for, but it punishes you so hard for slight misplays, and it's such an easy deck to misplay. I don't think we stay here. I think they're saying I have Dr. Doom, or Doom 2099 on turn 3, and these locations are kind of cheeks. This hand isn't doing anything proactive because we have to save the Red Guardian for the Doom, so this is just a dip. What else would she be copying that adds added value? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure somebody's gonna try and cope Spectrum ongoing with Moonstone, right? Maybe when Moonstone comes out, they'll finally give Spectrum her 1 power back that they took away like 8 months ago. Man, Spectrum was good for like 2 weeks, and they were like, "Nah, dog, we can't have that. We got to be mindful about Spectrum." It's like, of all the fucking things to be worried about, why is Spectrum on that list? Spectrum has been ass for so much of the game's life. And it was finally good for like 2 weeks when we had that little leech meta, or around the leech meta. I think it was shortly after leech. Yeah, Moonstone definitely seems more like just a decent Patriot card. They're unranked. What is their... They're 3100, so low CL gamer. I don't know, this seems kind of like a pass. Don't want to fill up my board very much. Don't really want to play any of these cards right now. Oh, it's negative. I mean... Don't they get kind of screwed by Jug? Like, I just... Havoc and... Sage and Jug. I mean, I don't need a Sage yet. Because they're not going to want to play anything. Oh, they did play something. I guess the Juggernaut knocks stuff back around. Well, now we just Red Guardian them. That's just funny. And we have Agent. They're very cooked. Yeah, Spectra, I mean, it's always been, like, the weakest of the early progression cards. For pretty much ever. So can we appreciate how goated Red Guardian is? Bro's like a fucking cracked out Ironbeak Owl. Ooh. That's awkward, buddy. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, it could not be Jug here. It could just be Sage. Sage is probably better. There's no card here that wins. Right? There's no world where a card here wins the game. Shadow King, I guess, maybe. Shadow King's not even enough. Fuck it. Let's just make a big Sage for funsies. Yeah, the Red Guardian hip looks pretty cool. This is a load-bearing card right here. This is a hell of a load-bearing card. They stayed. Gore? Gore is not big enough, though, is the thing. So what's the stay on? It's Gore. Not big enough, friend. Why did only one of them... Why did this one not look negative flipped? Visual bug, I guess? Weird. Bum, bum, bum. I should post the thing from earlier. The Jean Grey enjoyers. I'm not even gonna let it be bait. I'm gonna straight up tell people it's not good. Play it at their own risk. Let's see. Will the Twitter alt code work today? It's so hit or miss. Good. No. third order of the night. Yes. See, can't even be accused of baiting. Is that very good? No. Is it fun? And did it get me the third border of tonight? It did. Play at your own risk. Boom. What can I say? People like the Infinity Conquest posts, even if they're entirely not super relevant. You gotta give people what they want. Bum, 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 bum. Do I think Echo's fine as is? Yeah, I think Echo's fine. It's a niche card, but she's had moments where she's popped up, particularly during the Agent Venom meta. People were playing Echo as anti-ongoing tech. Kitty's good. Any 2 drops? Next best thing, I guess. What do we have here? Rocket and Groot. Oh, hello. He's actually a small lad right now, but he will grow. He's a grower, not a shower. Just take the lane by storm. Oh shit, he moved it. Honestly, heads up play. My gore, no! Not gore. He was but a small, innocent lad. Sage would be 6. I'm just going to do this and then jug them. I mean, I guess Sage here would be 4. Like, the Havoc will get bigger, but I don't think we'll need it. Maybe we will. I don't know. We'll see. Vision. Okay. What is this? Oh, I was confused because of the Black Swan. The Black Swan is not a card in their deck. It's just some tempo move thing. Maybe it's a Doom deck. I don't know. Does Doom cook me? It does not. They would get 5. I would get 6. Funk. Oh, that almost cooked me. Good effort.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
A for effort. Also A for playing cool cards. Mr. Star-Lord. It's fun. And this pretty sick Captain Marvel. What the fuck is going on here? This is like one of the Peach Mocha horror ones. She has some very cool art. Havoc deck do be feeling good. Alright, later, Lost Rabbit. Have a good night. What do we want? I guess I'll take this one. Oh, this is the new thing I was talking about. Spend 17 energy in a match. Yeah, I like this deck a lot. I just took the 1K I'm posted on his tier list and changed 2 cards. That's how the true chefs do it. What'd I even change? I took out Nico and I took out Cosmo for Jug and Rocket. Jug has been so good. Jug has been very, very good for me. Ego? Do we do the funny thing? Hey, Happy New Year, APS. Do we do the funny meme thing? I'm so scared of this Havoc in my hand, but fuck it. His deck is probably better for Ego, assuming he's on Wiccan, but it is indeed the final day of the streamathon. I might stream tomorrow, though, but I'm probably taking Thursday off. I might stream tomorrow to just try out Lasher. It's been a good time, though. Appreciate everyone for coming out to it. Fuck! Oh, it's fine. We don't need that much mana, right, chat? We can just although this is funny because it's gonna make me play like Kitty Pryde for the rest of the game, which isn't necessarily bad. This is quite funny. Actually, it won't because I have 3 energy. Alright, Cassie is not bad. That's fine. That's fine. We trust Ego in this house. Malekith. Alright. That made my Cassie smaller. Sad. Oh man, dude. Ego is cooking. Let him cook. He's chefing up a storm. He is straight up chefing it up. All right. Ego said, I only need 3 energy to win this game. What a Giga Chad. Ooh, nice. Hazmat? Oh, don't be Luke Cage. Wait. Wait, we go to tie breaks. We go to tie breaks and we lose by 1. Depression. GG. Bum, bum, bum. That is truly unfortunate. Luke Cage does it again. He can't keep getting away with this. He can't keep getting away with it. Ego tried his best. Alright, well thank you for not hitting Bast. I recognize that took some restraint. Is it better to shrink the Agent Venom? I think I can weave this in. So I think I'm going to wait. Oh, is this person playing the bait deck? Chat, I don't know where it came from. but there's some like bait Loki deck going around with King Tree. And if you're just trying to have fun, totally fine. If you want to win though, I don't think I would recommend Loki King Tree. I hate to say it, but no, I really don't hate to say it. That's just... Well, this is a snap. This is a big old snap. Get some fat Cassandra value. We got to do some Bass into Hood shenanigans. We're just straight up gaming out here. And they get a rock or a bast. It is a cooked. I can't fault them for that. The kitchen might be a little bit on fire, but they did indeed do some cooking. I climbed with it last night. I think that's a classic case of speaking to the power of the player rather than deck. He's a good player. I think good players can make up for bad decks quite often. Speaking as someone who likes to do that myself. I find Loki very hard to believe in the current environment, personally. But hey, if you're having fun with it and it works for you, you do you, you know, don't... The game is about having fun. Carlo, Frida Kahlo. I can't let go, I can't let go. Bum, 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 bum. What is this? Wiccan Kingy Tree? They can draw a rock from their deck. Some value. They are playing Loki. Red Guardian. Oh no. Anyway. I mean, if they have Shadow King, the Shadow King's going here. So I guess I should do it like this, probably. Yeah, this looks better. Yeah, there's no world. No world where they're staying with that. Yeah, I've been taking it pretty casual this month in Snap. Ooh, 200 credits. That's pretty nice. Been having a more casual Snap experience this month. It's been chill though. I recognize this dude from Dexter's chat. We're gonna have an emote off. Quake. So, what does this look like? Oh, does he also stream? I didn't know that. I was not aware. Am I ever having time for this hood? I mean, maybe. -3 kind of sucks, though, just to get a 6. Whoa, buddy. What the fuck? Valentina, eh? That's a card, chat. That's a card right there. Oh god, this is awkward, man. I don't want any of these cards to get pulled, is the problem. So maybe... Wait, idea. Place this here, and then we can move it with Heimdall. If it pulls Heimdall, I'm gonna be so fucking sad, dude. Well, I don't like that very much either, but... Okay. So... This is the line. Does it ever win? The agent goes left. We'd probably have to, like, snap the Bob out, which is terrifying. I don't want to risk... I don't want to risk 4, especially when he's running Luke Cage. We'll play for 2. We'll play for 2, even though I certainly should not. There's no other line here, right? No, Jug doesn't do anything. We get cooked by a lot of stuff here. Just about everything cooks us. They need to literally not play a card left. Surely it works. Surely. I'm gonna be sad if the Bob Snap would have won. Would the Bob Snap have won? Holy fuck. Would it have won? Math? No, it would not have won. Okay, it makes me feel better. GG. Makes me feel better about the worst cope stay you've ever seen. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba-dum, ba-ba-dum. Bum, 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 bum. Any basts? Any bast havers? I would like a bast, please. Bast has always been such a cool card. Damn, all the Quicksilver gamers are out in force tonight. They be quicking that silver. Do I think I'm just gonna do this. And then we'll go Athena, Kitty into Cassandra. Luke Cage being Gonzo is nice. Sage cheating. This is cheating, opponent. I don't appreciate it. Ugh. I'm guessing that's a Red Guardian snap or a Wiccan. Probably a Wiccan snap, actually. What are my plays looking like? Pretty bad. I'm gonna leave. Gonna do the smart thing and leave. A lone Thena is not gonna save us here. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. So what games did you enjoy this year, chat? Do you have a favorite game? Always curious to hear things people liked. They get my agent. Joke's on them, though. Agent does literally nothing to my deck. That is an onslaught. That is a little spooky. Alright, so one of two things happened there. One, they saw the US agent and were like, ah, shit. This counters my deck. Or two, they were like, ah, shit, I meant to play high voltage and I pressed the wrong fucking button. I think it's the second one. I think it is the second one. They were like, oh, high voltage. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. This Agent Venom card's still pretty fucking good though. Although this location is not. This location is turbo ass. Our opponent has a fancy Nova and a fancy Surfer avatar. I wonder what they're playing. It's a mystery. Good news is this location's ass for them too, but probably more ass for me because Surfer at least runs like some 4-drops. Holy Macari, Batman. That's a card. Ooh. Ooh hoo hoo. Value. It's obviously Surfer Cerebro. True. Gotta be Surfer Cerebro. I was thinking, oh, we can snap them, but I'm now realizing I'm lacking the card I need to snap them, which is Juggernaut. Oh, fuck you, Red Guardian. You dickhead. How rude. How very rude. Alright, we got the good card, though. Fuck, I have Prio? I didn't want Prio. Although we still win. Actually, having Prio is fine. Juggernaut! I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. It's a big Surfer. You do be the Juggernaut. I'm surprised they didn't play the Gwenpool over here. It is a classic line from the... Does he even say that? Yeah, he does. He does say that in the movie. I was trying to remember. That's some classic cinematic X3, the third X-Men movie writing right there. Fucking loved that movie as a kid. Didn't age as well as I would have liked it to, because, well, it was a bit of a departure from X2 story-wise, but I still have a soft spot for it. I liked it. Like a guilty pleasure kind of movie. Bum, 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 bum. Lena Hood. Okay. I snap back. 50-50 to hit the Athena. Let's see what we roll on the, although, yeah, fuck it. Oh, we just trapped their kitty. That's funny. Our hand's not the greatest, though, unfortunately. We need Sage off the top, I guess. They have a demon and a free 6-drop. I mean, this Dina is a bit of a problem. Wait, they played 3 cards. Brother, you fucked up. And since they're playing Cam's list, I have nothing to fear. Well, I guess I have a big 6-drop to fear, potentially, but... we just jug it. Hit him right in the jugular. They're gonna play Sage here. I ordered this right? Yes, I did. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh, good effort. It wasn't actually Cam's list. It was a different list. Cam's didn't have Mr. Tony Stark. Huge W. Knowledge is power. Don't you forget it. Yeah, pretty much the only thing I died to there was... Did Eliath kill me there? Eliath would have gotten 9. No, it would have been 8, actually, because of the... No, Eliath wouldn't have killed me. I don't know if there was an out for them there. I guess an out could have been if they filled, but they only had 4 cards, so they couldn't have filled. I think they lost just about everything there. Or they couldn't beat me with anything. That's what I meant. Forever. How are we doing with this deck? I feel like we're doing pretty well with it. Nine and 4. Up 20 cubes. 69 win rate. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I don't know, man. It seems fucking good. It seems good. This deck would probably have a little bit of trouble with things that really go wide. And fill up the board. Although we do have a bit of an answer for Doom, which is probably the most popular go wide deck. We have like Agent, Red Guardian to answer Doom, which is good. Has good at power output. I guess Surfer, if they get the Nutty Brood curve, can be a little trouble sometimes. I imagine Zoo would be kind of annoying too, because Zoo kind of swarms the board and has good power output, but no one's really playing Zoo. So I'm not too worried about that. But yeah, if you want a good Rocket and Groot deck to play, I would recommend this one. It's been very good for me. And we were like 10-0 with it, Conquest. Not that that necessarily means very much. Wait, why does it say 8-0? We won 2 Infinity Conquests. Oh, because I did 2 of them before the stream. That's why. This deck does a lot of winning. It's doing a whole lot of winning. You love to see it. I'm pretty happy with Rocket and Groot as a card. Feels good. I saw someone suggest giving it the red and green wrapping paper thing, since it's also R and G. Like, it's kind of cute. We'll have to see how that looks. Thanks for the follow, Nasty D Game. Yeah, I like this card. Maybe we'll try out a little. Maybe we'll try out a little of the Affliction stuff. I low-key wanted to try it in Thanos Zoo, but I don't really want to cut any of these cards, is the issue I run into. I guess I could cut Nico, but Nico is such a nice flexible card. Like, when you get a Nico draw 2 off a stone or turn a stone into a demon, it's popping off. Thanos Zoo's always been a favorite of mine. Also, look at this pimp-ass Thanos. Bro is sick. The bonus split rates are pretty kind to me. I got some pretty cool splits during the split miss. We got, let's see, what did we get? We got a cool Magneto. We got fancy Magneto. We got a good split on my favorite card, Arrow. If you're a Doom 2099 enjoyer, highly recommend this deck. This deck is pretty gas. Maybe not today, because a lot of people are playing US Agent right now, but US Agent is very annoying against this deck. But this is the deck I played predominantly since Doom came out, and I really like it. It's fun. Tempo Move's my jam. I ended up getting it fully inked, which was cool. These types of decks have always been my favorite ever since, like, way back. Ever since the original with Silk. It's a damn shame Silk got power crept out of the game. This card, she is what began all the original, like, Tempo Move hype. And unfortunately, well, Scream exists now, and This card is the easiest way in the world to lose a Scream Mirror. She does have good variants. I have quite a few Silk variants. I didn't even realize. I'm probably going to try out Lasher tomorrow. Once I get him. I built this deck. This is kind of like the deck I climbed to Infinite with. I think it's almost card for card, that deck. I don't think it's necessarily the best thing to be doing right now, but it's fun. Silk needs to gain 1 power every time it moves. Funnily enough, you're not the first person to actually suggest that in this stream. I thought it might be OP, but honestly, like, with how power crept the card has been, who cares? Like, let her have some fun. People would tilt about that card so badly. A casual 2/8 would be wild. Yeah, I think this will be a neat home for Lasher, just a fun little hand buff deck. A 2-cost Martyr, yeah, she's not great. She's not great. She's seen better days for sure. Much better days have been happening for Silk. People would tilt because the power is on the card, even though she'd be smaller than Release Agent Venom. Release Agent Venom was something else, man. That card was something else. Yeah, Baytrock the Leaper. That card looks fun. Wish this card was more useful. I really like this variant. I collect all the Rian Gonzalez variants. And this one is a banger, but it's not a great card. He's not terrible, though. It's just like move is so efficient that it doesn't really want to have the RNG of Hercules most of the time. Which is understandable. But it's a shame. You drop him from 3. I'd agree with you if move wasn't a very dominant deck. Did I film What's Wrong with Snap? I have not yet. Maybe we'll do that here shortly. Maybe I want to talk about it. The whole I really do think the 1 card a week model fucking blows. And I think not enough people appreciate that problem because they're focused on the acquisition, which makes sense, right? The acquisition is the main pain point a lot of people are feeling. But let's say in a hypothetical world where they fix the acquisition, let's say they do better than fix it. Let's say we live in a world where Ben Brode has had a come to Jesus moment. He saw the outcome of that fucking Christmas movie where he saw the ghost of Snapmas' future. And he was like, oh no, things are going to go bad. I need to give every card away for free. Let's say we live in that world. That's not going to happen, but let's say that was the world we lived in. Like, if getting cards wasn't a problem at all, I think way more people would realize how fucking lame the 1 card a week system. I'm incredibly biased, like, and I'm not going to hide that. I'm super biased against the system, but I think there's a good reason to be biased for it, or biased against it. There's a reason, like, most card games don't change the format of how getting cards works, because it works, and yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. My issue with the 1 card a week change to the meta is I don't mind how it impacts the game that much, but I don't like how it becomes a game of like, all right, I'm going to play the new card, or I'm going to go very hard on trying to counter it. It's like, that just doesn't do it for me that much. It's not the worst part about it, though. The worst part about it is the fact that it makes it hard to create new archetypes. I really think that's the main thing. Like, if we think about it, Snap has had the same archetypes for a very long time. Occasionally you'll get something new, right? No, thanks, man. Yeah, I have lost a bit of weight. I'm working on getting back in shape. It's you know. Also, I shaved the beard too. Well, I mean, like I trimmed it down. I had a massive. I always grow my beard out around the holidays. That probably helps too, but I appreciate the kind words. But yeah, so like my favorite thing about card games is I like to brew. I like to try out new things and explore new archetypes, and that's what gets me excited. Like, what really made me realize this, I mean, I've always known this, but what made me realize it more was when Pocket's release, or when Pocket's mini set came out with the new pack. I didn't really expect that much out of the new pack, because Pocket was really fun, but the launch meta of Pocket got solved pretty quickly, and I didn't really love how that meta played out. So I didn't play that much of it after the first 2 or 3 weeks. But it was fine, because Pocket is chill and just lets you log in and open packs if you don't feel like playing. So that's another topic. The thing is, I didn't expect a whole lot to come from the mini set with the new pack. I was like, well, some things will probably change, but I didn't expect it to be a huge impact. And it had a massive impact. I really didn't think a one-pack expansion would have such an impact on the game in terms of new things to try out and changing what decks were good and adjusting old decks, introducing new decks. It did a lot. And I had so much fun during that first week because I think one of the cool things about card games is when they release a bunch of cards, even if you're someone like me who has enough time to put in a bunch of time testing and playing and all this stuff, nobody has enough time to jam every single idea in the first day, 2 days, 3 days, hell, even the first week a lot of the time. So it's super cool because everyone has to pick something that interests them. And so you get to see like a much more interesting metagame develop as people are trying all these different things. And even though you don't have time to try everything, it makes content more engaging to me. Because like, I don't watch much Snap content. I watch no YouTube Snap content, like at all. I like hanging out in streams because I like interacting with people. But I don't watch any Snap YouTube content. But when like when a bunch of new stuff comes out, I'd be way more interested in seeing, hey, what did other players end up like cooking up? Because I know we're not going to overlap on a lot of the same things. Whereas with the one card a week, I think a lot of the time there's a lot of overlap. So it's like, and I think that's generally worse for like the content side of things because you end up with like just a lot of repetitive content. And so people will watch like, you know, their favorite person or favorite 3 people or whatever, but I'm not going to go watch like 8 different people play the same anti-venom deck or whatever. Right? So I don't know, to me, I really love what bigger set releases do to the game. And I wouldn't be opposed to Snap keeping its once a week model if it could also introduce like very rarely doing like a bigger multi-card drop. Like I think they could have their cake and eat it too, which as we know Second Dinner loves to do. But it is definitely a lot more work for them, and I don't think they see much of a payoff for that. The other thing, people haven't figured out the new meta in Pocket. I mean, people have figured out the new meta in Pocket. Like, I don't know if I call it solved, but like people have figured stuff out. It's solidifying, but it's still moving. Like it's still moving and adjusting. New meta is Mewtwo with Mew. What's funny is like I actually don't see I see significantly less Mewtwo than I used to, even though that deck is still very, very good. And Mew did add to it for sure. But like I see a much better variety, and it's interesting because like if one thing gets too popular, it feels like there are better tools to target it. But yeah, Slab is a very silly card, and I don't think they should have made Slab, but it hasn't been... I thought it would push Mewtwo to, like, an unbeatable level, and at least looking at the tournament results, that hasn't been the case so far. From what I've seen. Hydrate, I can hydrate. The other thing, so like, there's a two-part to this, with the card acquisition stuff, or not card acquisition. There's a second part to the release structure, and I think that Snap has overplayed their hand a bit when it comes to FOMO. So, fear of missing out, right? We all hate to love it or love to hate it, right? Second Inner loves their FOMO. That's a huge reason why the Spotlight system exists as it does, right? Like, the whole reason they put a bunch of garbage in these weeks is because they want you to focus on the new card because you know this new card is not coming back for 6 months. And so they can afford to put fucking Celine in the cache next to it because they know they're not baiting you with Gooner Celine here. They're trying to get you to get the new card before you don't have a chance to get it for half a year. And it works. It's a very effective thing, right? That is a level of FOMO that generally works for them, although we have seen how that has a negative effect over time as people get frustrated with the acquisition system. But I think the real FOMO that's actually worse than like the Spotlight stuff is this right here. You're fucking the daily quest bullshit, man. I really, really dislike... Oh, I don't have any quests. I don't have any quests, so I can't show my quests, but... I think the way they structure daily missions sucks. I've played a lot of card games, right? Played Magic, played a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! I played a bunch of Hearthstone, played a lot of Pokemon Pocket, obviously. Played a lot of card games. Every other card game that is not MarvelSnap, it's much more chill about what it asks of you. Hearthstone and Magic Arena, they give you 3 days to stockpile quests. Now, if you want to earn more stuff, you do get rewarded for playing every day. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That's totally fine to give people a little bit more if they want to be more engaged. But you don't really lose that much by not doing that. In Snap, if you miss out on your daily quests, it adds up very quickly. It adds up super fast because what they charge for their currencies when you convert it to dollar amounts is kind of expensive. So if you're trying to keep up on a budget or free to play, you have to log in and do your quests every day. And I'm not saying the quests are, a super tedious long thing to do. Most of the time they take 5 to 10 minutes or something. High Voltage, one of the great things about High Voltage is a lot of people like it because it lets them have a place to casually do their quests where they don't feel bad about losing. That's great. And that's like a huge reason why a lot of people like High Voltage from what I've heard. But the issue with the FOMO here is that you're not going to love the game all of the time, most likely. That's like every card game, right? There's always going to be some meta where you're like, I don't really fuck with this that much. Like, I'm not having as much fun as I was like a month ago or 6 months ago or however long ago. Normally, what you do in a card game when that happens is you take a break. You can take a little break from the card game. You can say, well, I'm not loving this blob meta, but it'll probably change in 2 weeks or a month or however long. And then people can come back then, and it's not a big deal. Now, you still miss out on stuff in other card games. Like, if you fuck off for a month, you're not going to get all those rewards that you would have got if you played the game. But most of the other card games, some more than others, they're not prohibitively expensive about getting you back. Especially if you take a longer break. Hearthstone's gotten way better about this over time. I'm not sure about the other card games, but Hearthstone was the one I knew the best. It took them a while to do it, too. Coincidentally, it was well after Broad left. But they have an on-ramp to bring you back to the game. Most other card games have rotation, too, which I don't think Snap's ever going to do, and that's probably another topic for another time. But, yeah, so, like, Snap doesn't have a great way to hop back onto the game when you do take a break. And so a lot of people, they feel like they can't take a break because they'll fall behind. And so that leads to people they keep playing the game when they're not having as much fun. And it leads to more frustration and burnout. And it creates a lot of, like, negative emotions. And even in the cases where it's not overtly, like, really negative, it's just, like, less fun. Like, I think I've been there for quite a bit this month where I don't really have much of a problem with the metagame at all. I'm pretty chill with most of it. I still hate Arsham, but I'm seeing less of it. Nothing else really bothers me super badly. I like most of the decks, or at the very least don't mind them. Like, it's fine. But I've played the shit out of, like, most of the archetypes that exist. I've played this game a lot. I stream it a lot. I play it a lot. And so it's normal to be like, all right, I would probably appreciate the game a bit more if I didn't play it for like a month or two or something. And the game really does not want you to do that. Everything about Snap is structured in a way to make you want to keep engaging daily and weekly. And I think that worked very well for it for the first year. Maybe even a lot of the second year. Or a lot of the second year. But I think in combination with the acquisition issues, not many people are talking about this sense of burnout because it's just not like... You didn't get this experience in other card games. And one of the big things that is bringing this to mind... to me, is Pokemon Pocket being a competitor in the genre. Because Pokemon Pocket handles it about as good as you can. Not only is it very cheap to get all the cards, a lot of people have done it free to play even. But Pokemon Pocket, if you're not really having fun with the meta, like I wasn't having fun with the base set meta after 2 or 3 weeks. What did I do? I didn't play the game for, I don't know. How long was it? Like 2 months or something? Something like that. I took like a month and a half off of the game, but Pokemon Pocket requires so little of you, and enjoying packs or opening packs is enjoyable enough, getting those cool alt arts and stuff, that I didn't really care that I wasn't playing the game because I wasn't falling behind at all. I was actually still filling out my collection, and I didn't have to do any chores or busy work to play the game when I didn't really feel like playing the game. And man, Snap isn't unique in this sense. A lot of live service games do it, and I think it's a fucking disease. I really, really hate what has happened with daily quests. But Snap very much is, I find, the most offensive about daily quests out of all the card games I've played. It's not particularly close. And it's just frustrating because it promotes what ends up being an unhealthy relationship with the game, and then it burns people out. And then so when those people do quit, like, it's usually a for good kind of thing. Or maybe they'll be like, all right, I'll quit and I'll try and come back later. And then I see them try and come back and they ask for advice, and it's like, there's not really much good advice to give unless the answer is just like open up your wallet and spend a bunch of money to try and catch up. But even then, it's very prohibitively expensive because, like, if you missed a bunch of key cards, like if we go to Snap Zone, let's look at some of the cards that came out, because I had someone do this. Spotlight Planner, I guess. Physical card games, you have to spend on new sets, so it's the same thing. I don't really agree. Like, I'm not adverse to, hey, I left for a while, I have to spend money to catch back up. Like, I'm fine with that. I would do that in other digital card games. It's not a big deal having to spend money to catch up. But the amount you have to spend in Snap for what you get feels so absurd to me. So if we go, can I see the old ones? Mainly because the cards just don't return to the cache as often, so you have to use tokens, and tokens are very expensive if you're trying to get multiple cards. I guess I have to look at it the other way. If we go to the schedule, and we go to previous. Like, a great example was the, I think this month was a pretty good example. Gore, Fenris, Malekith, all really good cards. What was the season pass? Surtur was a good card. Like, or the Spider season. Anti-Venom, Toxin, Scorn, Scream. All these were great cards. And if you miss them and you come back and you're like, suddenly, I'm interested in playing Discard with Scorn, or Scream Move, or Toxin Bounce, or Anti-Venom Affliction. It's not the biggest deal in the world if you have to pick up one of those cards. I'm not going to say it's super cheap or anything, but it's like, all right, well, whatever. But when it starts getting to like 2, 3, 4 cards, and you start looking at like what it costs to buy the tokens, since the tokens are the only way you're getting these cards. They return so infrequently that you get like, what, 2 times a year to try and get the card? That's ludicrous to me. It's crazy. And so like they want the spotlight to be the main way you get cards, but they don't return the cards nearly enough for that to work for people. So yeah, like, I just think that the one card release structure, with being combined with the acquisition system, it creates a more stale game than like other ways of doing it. And like I said before, they could even keep the one card a week for all the reasons that they like it. But I think the game would add so much more to it if they did have, like, you know, a rare event where they released a bunch of cards at once. I really think that would breathe some fresh air into Snap that it hasn't had in a long time. Because you need to be able to create new archetypes, and I do not envy the people designing cards trying to figure out how to make new archetypes while printing one card at a time. I would lose my fucking mind if I had that as my job. Like, it's fucking annoying. Because, like, when you look at all the other card games, they print a new set, and the new set will have a new mechanic or a new archetype, and it allows them to have multiple cards that build on top of each other to create something new. Whereas Snap, a lot of the time you're building on top of like a pre-existing foundation rather than creating something new. They do very rarely do something new, like Arsham or High Evo, and sometimes like a new card can spawn a new archetype or breathe new life into an old archetype. Like Doom's a great example of that. Ajax was a great example of that. Doom decks existed, Affliction decks existed, but those cards completely changed how those archetypes feel and perform, and they really did feel like a new life brought to an archetype. A great example of this is this Lasher deck. Like, how long did it take for them to finally give us enough individual, like, hand buff cards to finally make a deck around it? It took fucking forever. Shaw came out a year ago, and he had such not great support that, I mean, some people played him in Surfer and he was fine, but like, you couldn't really build around this card very effectively because the tools didn't exist. And so it took months and months and months, actually like a year later, but we finally got Gwenpool in the summer, and Galacta this season, and Scarlet Spider a few months ago, and it's slowly like finally got there, but it's like, and that's only if you have the cards, right? Like, if you're missing Gwenpool and Galacta and Scarlet Spider and stuff, you're still not very close to making a non-Surfer Shaw deck. It's probably not happening. And I just hate that. I hate that. It really takes away the thing I think brings me a lot of joy in card games. So I would love for them to try new things like that. I mean, you could make the argument they are doing more than they used to with these free cards, sure. But a lot of the free cards are so much weaker in power, they don't really have that much of an impact on the game. Like, they do a little bit, but, like, King Eitri wasn't, spawning a new archetype around cards that didn't start in your deck. Or, Agony wasn't making merge suddenly, like, a really interesting, archetype to build around. So I think this is one of the more underrated issues, that people see the card acquisition stuff and that is the most apparent thing to them. But as someone who hasn't had to deal with that to the same extent as the average player, like, I think if they did fix card acquisition, this would become a much clearer problem to people. But in order to realize this problem, you have to be able to play with all of the things, and you can't play with all of the things if the card acquisition's bad. So, I mean, you don't have to do that to realize the problem, but I think the problem becomes much more apparent when you have done that. That's why, I mean, they said it a long time ago, but they always wanted people to have something to chase, because I think they saw that when people run out of something to chase, they stop spending and stop engaging as much. And I totally get that. Because people get, like, bored. So I think that's one of their incentives for keeping the card acquisition bad, is they want to keep the carrot on the string, so you're always chasing, like, a new way to play stuff. But eventually, when you have all the things, or most of the things, like, I'm missing 2 cards or whatever, Bruce Banner and Hulkling. I don't care, I'm not gonna play these cards. But, like, I've played all the archetypes. I've played more decks than I can count. It's great. It's fun. But eventually you want, like, a new way to engage with the game. And, I mean, they tried a little bit with Activate, but Activate didn't really make new archetypes. It just built upon existing ones. And that's the whole problem, is they're incentivized to build upon existing archetypes because they can only release 1 card a week. So unless you're making many Arshams or High Evos, you can't really make a deck in a box. And I think it's eventually gonna make people more bored of the game. So thanks for coming to my TED Talk about what I think is one of the bigger issues in Snap. I'm probably gonna, like, cut this into a video, because I think it really isn't talked about enough, because rightfully so, most people are upset about the card acquisition, that is their, like, laser focus. But I think there are more foundational flaws than just the card acquisition that will become very clear if they fix the card acquisition. But that's a big if, so we'll see. Let me catch up on chat, because I've been yapping. Perhaps the collector's vault should have unowned cards available in some way. That could be a way to do it. I mean, the fucked up thing is they have complete control over this system. If they wanted to make it less shitty tomorrow, they could. They could be like, all right, well, instead of taking 6 to 8 months or longer to bring a card back, we're going to do 3 to 4, which is still a long ass time, but cutting it in half would feel a lot better. And suddenly the spotlights wouldn't feel like complete dog shit, because people would actually get more than 1 card out of them again, which, as time has gone on, has happened less and less for people. We're seeing them do something like that, though, with they're offering a bunch of Series 5 card bundles, including a Anti-Venom bundle in February for gold. So, like, they're trying to offer other ways of getting these cards, but it's just, I don't know, man. I think their Second Inner is very slow at implementing these type of things. And I think they estimated that it would take longer for this to become a problem. And then they got hit with a very perfect storm of The game is now 2 years old. People are just a bit more bored with it because they've played so many of the archetypes over the past year or 2 years. So like there's a general sense of boredom, and then to combat that boredom, people want to play with like the new toys to do something different. But then the card acquisition gets in the way of that, and it's like, well, fuck, that's annoying. And so people are mad about that. And then right as that is coming to like a peak, Pocket comes out and is like, hey, the gameplay might not be comparable, but our game is cheap as shit, and it provides a fast mobile card game that is kind of fun. Opening packs is fun, man. Like, when I open a collector's reserve, I'm not having fun. I'm playing fucking Russian roulette with like 5 things I actively do not want, and then credits or rarely a variant. But no, instead you get fucking titles and gold tickets, and it's like, bro, I can't remember the last time opening one of these was fun. So competition is great, because competition, I think, is speeding along the way this is developing. I think they wouldn't have felt nearly as much pressure if there wasn't competition in the genre. So even if you don't give a shit about Pokemon Pocket, I think it's worth appreciating that. Because I do not think they would have felt nearly as like pushed into making changes as they do if there wasn't pressure. Let's see. Feels like them giving us the middle finger and saying, you want this variant? Fuck you. Spend money because you didn't spend money on it before. Yeah, it's just the spotlight system could have been a fine system, and people, for the most part, went into it with a very open mind. Even me, who's fairly skeptical about some aspects of it, was, all right, like, I could see how this could go wrong, but I'm going to hope that doesn't happen because they want to make the card acquisition better, right? Clueless. And then, what do you know? It did go wrong, and it's been going wrong for a while, and they haven't done anything to change the system. The system's it's a year and a half old, and the only change they ever made to spotlights was within the first month or whatever, when, fun fact, you might not know this, the random slot used to not even give tokens. It gave a variant. It gave a random variant. And now it's 1K, and it's going to be 2K in January. And that's a temporary fix, but it's at least something. But Series 4 and 5 have ballooned up. The fact that this random slot is still weighted 66% towards the Series 4 card is fucking ridiculous. When Series 5 is double the size of Series 4, like, what are we doing? It's just... The system creates so many feel-bad moments, and the feel-good moments don't make up for it. It's the Deadpool's Diner conundrum. The feel-bads feel so much worse than the feel-goods. And it's because the system is designed in a way to, like, drain you of your resources over time, so you have to swipe the credit card again. Now, that may sound kind of funny looking at someone with 48 fucking reserves. But like I said, I used to spend a fair bit of money on the game to keep up with content creation, and I've significantly cut back on that in the last, I don't know, 6 months, if not longer. I don't know when. But I had a lot of tokens. I double dipped when they upgraded the system for the first time. Like, I made out all right. But my tokens they're getting low, man. They're getting low. I'm going to be a cash-only Andy soon enough. Because I'm trying to avoid using the caches until they upgrade it. Hulkling, there he is. There he is. There he is. I spent way too much money on this game. Me too, man. I can at least have some copium that... I mean, it's not really copium, but it's a bit of copium that I at least made more money doing content on the game than I've spent on the game. But it's not like I'm making fat stacks out here. I won't regret getting him. What is the USD equivalent of 6,000 tokens? I think I would regret getting him. They're hunting a deer with a plastic spoon. Yeah. Streamer without Hulkling isn't a streamer. It's like 70. All right, let's do a little calculation. Boom. Let's do a little calculation. So let's say it's like $70. All right. 25 gifted and Hulkling is mine. There's your price. If someone wants me to have Hulkling that bad, you can fund Hulkling. I'm not buying this shit. I gotta save, man. I gotta save. I don't know if you guys knew this, but for most people, streaming and content creation is not particularly lucrative. Shocker, I know. The feel good of a spotlight isn't even good. It's relief. Thank God I didn't have hit the grenades this week. Yeah, 100%. It's more relief than happiness. That's how I think a lot of people felt getting Deadpool's Diner done. It's not like, yeah, I did it. Woohoo. It's thank God I don't have to fucking play this mode anymore. And I'm sure some people feel that way about High Voltage too, but High Voltage doesn't like make you feel bad when you lose and doesn't ask you to pay up to re-enter. It's very silly. But yeah, that's my spiel. I'm probably gonna try and cut this down and do a little video, because I think these are important topics that not enough people talk about. I think a lot of people don't even like think about it really, because everyone's laser focused on card acquisition, but I'm just like, I think they could fix the card acquisition, and I don't know if that would make the game infinitely better long term. You also have to take this with the fact that I'm speaking about this in terms of like the engaged online like content community, because that's who I engaged with. I'm not really speaking about casuals as much. However, Twitch tracker. I have reason to believe it's impacting the casuals too. Bro, look at this. Let me blow it up. We have very little ways of knowing what the casuals do or think or whatever. Most of us, if you interact with this game online in a Twitch chat or in a Discord or Twitter or wherever the fuck, casuals don't play on PC. Yes, this is true. That's why I'm not looking at the Steam stats. I think you can learn something from that information, but you can't make a broader claim about the player base. But this is it. Twitch drops, baby. Twitch fucking drops. Twitch drops bring in the fucking casuals. Ask any of the larger streamers how much of a boost they get in Twitch drops from people who come in and watch and get their free shit and then leave. You'll get a handful of stragglers who stick around, but most people don't really give a shit about watching the stream. They're there for the free stuff. And so it's not about like consistent Twitch viewership, because that's more of the engaged people, but the population that comes in for Twitch drops, it's a lot of casual people who are like, hey, I can get something free. And in a game where like the economy sucks, people really want their free shit, right? And so it started out great and it went pretty strong for a while, but around the end of the summer, it started to decline. And it really has fallen off November, December. It's fallen off hardcore, dude. Peaking at like 8, 7,500. Bro, it used to peak at like 20K. Like quite a lot. Something happened in October? I don't know. I mean, I think it's just like people getting less interested and more fed up over time is the only thing. I don't think there was really any major Nexus event, so to speak. I think it's just like due to a lot of the things I talked about, like it wears on people and it burns people out. Holiday season 2. So like, yes, but as someone who's streamed every day in December the past 3 years, there is such a massive difference between what it was in 23 and 24, or 22 and 23 and this year. Massive difference. Massive difference in people watching the game. And I'm sure you could attribute some of that to like people, people having different plans or whatever, but it's a pretty consistent trend with the drops in general viewership. I don't really focus on the general viewership as much because the general viewership doesn't tell me something I don't already know. Like, we know the engaged portion of the online community is like going down. It's just, you can see it in the Steam stuff, but the Twitch drops are the one metric where like this gives us a small window into the casual people. Steam charts, Snap. If you're curious about the Steam charts, though, they've definitely been on the decline. It's varied a bit, but for most of its life, Snap has averaged about 10,000 or more on Steam, which is respectable. Especially when most players are not playing on Steam. Like, this is a small portion of the community. But you saw like a mean like 20% drop off in November, December. And I don't see that changing. It went down a little bit in the summer, early summer, I guess, but even then it was still close to 10K. What is Newverse's role in the game? Newverse is their publisher. They handle, I think, like deals like the Marvel Rival stuff. They handle some advertising stuff. Newverse ran the creator tournament stuff, or like was at least partnered with the people who ran. They do like all that stuff. They do the web store. Like, Newverse is involved with like transactional stuff, but they're not the ones making like the decisions on like, as far as I'm aware, pricing or game features. Thought they were trying to get away from MarvelSnap. There's a lot of confusion about Newverse because everyone read that article that ByteDance was moving away from gaming. The TLDR, to straighten it out, is ByteDance is a really fucking big company, and MarvelSnap was like one of the very few things that seemed to make them a good amount of money compared to every other venture they had in gaming. So Newverse will probably be the last thing to go. Or they could split it off into its own thing or sell it to somebody or whatever. But Newverse is probably the last thing to go, and since it's a big company, it takes them a long time to like figure out how they're winding it down and stuff. But as far as I'm aware, they're still working with Second Dinner and still doing stuff, but I don't really know too much more than that. But it's, I don't know, it's quite a time to be a MarvelSnap player. And again, all of this comes from a place of like, I think Snap could have very easily been like kind of the future of card games in a lot of ways. Like, they nailed the gameplay in a lot of senses, and they had a lot going for them. They had a strong IP. They brought something new to the table. It was fun. It brought a lot of new people in. It was casual oriented in a way where you didn't have to be a card game head to like get into it. Like, they made a lot of smart decisions when launching the game, and they made a lot of money as a result of that. It just feels like they really were focused on those short-term benefits and not really the long-term future. And like, I can't really say I believe them when they're like, oh yeah, we want Snap to thrive for years and years to come. I'm sure they do want that because like makes the money. But like, I have a hard time seeing Snap exist in active development beyond like a 5-year cycle, I would say. And we're already what, 2 years, gonna be coming up on 2.5 years into that. I think Snap is like making the money now, and Second Hitter's working on their next game, and they're gonna try and make that their next big thing. And I'm not gonna touch that with a 10-foot fucking pole, man. I know that for sure. Fool me once, shame on me. Moverse seems like the equivalent of PayPal, where they just take in cash for stuff. Yeah, kind of. They do a bit more than that because they do handle some of like the advertising and some of the you've seen some of the creator giveaways for like variants and shit. That's all Newverse. They contact through us. Isn't that next one like an auto battle or gacha? My understanding is their next game is a match 3, like Candy Crush. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's true. But I did hear that a while ago, that their next game is going to be a match 3 mobile game. So the ship has sailed on that one for me. No, thank you. Not interested. And yeah, eventually, like, I mean, they are making that shorter term change to help new players a bit with like Series 3, but like they have to figure out how to make the game like accessible for people who are late to the party, just joining up now. And it especially sucks for the content scene, and it's why you see many creators like very doom and gloom right now, because it's really hard to see how Snap can succeed and will probably succeed without a thriving creation scene around it. Like, the unfortunate truth is the creation scene needs Snap more than Snap needs the creation scene, and I think they realized that from the start. But I think the problems are bigger than just like the engaged creation scene, which is why they're actually doing stuff or trying to do stuff, you know. But yeah, it's like, if you were to ask me what I think about like where the future of Snap content goes, I don't see a very viable future for it. Maybe if you're like one of the handful biggest people, you can keep it going, but even some of the biggest, if not the biggest people I know have concerns about this. And if they're having concerns, everyone else is mega fucked. Like, if the people doing the best are like, I don't know how this is going to sustain, it's like, oh shit, man. That's not something I like to hear. I'm just trying to scrape by. Saw a few of the Hearthstone pros try out the game, hit Infinite, and just get stomped because the acquisition's so bad, and then they dropped it instantly. Yeah, I know a lot of people who fell into that boat. Who was worried the game should be worried? Well, who only becomes worried when it becomes very clear it's going to impact him personally. That dude, I fucking hate that dude, man. I don't really like bad-mouthing other people, but fuck Jeff Hoogland. He's been a dickhead in every card game I've ever seen. Oh man, like, it's so crazy because like he rode the meat clean off Second Dinner until it was convenient to not do so. And then he was like, wait, this is affecting me now? Holy shit. Second Dinner is bad. How did no one come up with this? How did no one say anything about this? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I can't stand how that man conducts himself online. He acts like he's some beacon of truth. And it's like, it's just, and he's massively hypocritical about so many things. But as soon as you try and say that, it's like, nope, blocked. blocked. And it's like, holy shit, man. Oh my god. Even all that aside, I don't know how... Maybe he's changed. I don't know. I don't watch the man. But his delivery on speaking... I don't remember who told me this. But someone pointed out he sounds like the love child of Hitler and a Valley Girl. And it's like, once someone said that, I could never unhear it. I mean, none of my opinions towards Hoogland have anything to do with, like, any political opinion he holds. I purely am judging off of the way I've seen him conduct himself in card game communities. And it's always shitty. There's a reason he always becomes like this pariah. It's happened in multiple different games. There's one common denominator. But he appeals to a very specific demographic who seems to like that thing. So, hey, it's a free country. Watch who you watch. Enjoy what you enjoy. I'm not telling you to do something different. But I can't fucking stand him, and I think he's so incredibly disingenuous so often that I just have no respect for it. It's ridiculous. Like, I remember back early on in Snap when he was trying to, like, pick a fight with some of the other bigger Snap people or rising Snap people, like Alex or Dara, and it's like, it's just such needless bullshit. I can't stand it. I think it's so sad that there are so many people who are just like, well, I like his deck, so I'll just look the other way. And it's like, you do you, but like, holy fuck, man, I can't stand it. It's so obnoxious, so obnoxious. Like, I just can't stand someone who tries to frame themselves as an arbiter of truth and facts and logic who just is so hypocritical all the time. Yeah, it's like, and these people did nothing to him, man. Like, they didn't. It's not like they did something bad towards him to he was just like, well, I don't like how you're using clickbait, or you used fast drops one time, and I think that's unethical, sir. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. Like, holy shit. It's just ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's a whole nothing burger, and it's just made to, like, farm engagement. What did Alex do? I mean, what I remember was, like, he tried to call him out because he was like, well, you're advertising this deck as good, but it's not actually very good. And it's like, bro, welcome to fucking card game YouTube. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, what do you want people to say? This deck sucks. Please watch the video. Like, don't hate the player, hate the fucking game, man. People want what they want. If they enjoy the content, that take it up with the fucking viewers, not the people making it. He's not doing anything wrong. It's also like an inherently uncompetitive children's card game. It's silly. It's silly. There's no need to make some big drama about it. I just remember because I saw this all in the Magic the Gathering community, because everyone fucking hated him in Magic the Gathering. And I watched his stuff in Magic the Gathering because I was like, well, I don't really have an opinion on this dude, but he makes some decent decks, and there weren't that many Magic people. So I watched him, and then I saw like these patterns over time. I'm like, oh, I get it. I get why people don't like this individual. It's silly. He complains that Dara doesn't block the trolls. Like, who cares? Like, it's not his fucking, like, why does anyone get to have a say in that? Like, you don't hear me complaining about Hoogland blocking people. That's his fucking right. Let people do what they want. I don't give a shit if he blocks people. It's like, why would I ever care about that? It's not my fucking channel, or it's like it comes off as very holier than thou, and I fucking can't stand when people act like that. Like, bro, you're not on a fucking high horse. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. And the same, you watch, fucking clip this, bookmark this. You watch 6 months or a year from now when the exact same fucking thing happens at Pokemon in the Pocket community. The man can't fucking help himself. He genuinely cannot help himself. It happens every time. I avoid it. I avoid it. Because there really is no need for any of that stupid bullshit. It's his gimmick, unfortunately true. But, like, I don't think that's why most people watch him. I think most people... Like, I've seen so many comments where it's like, yeah, he's, like, kind of a dickhead, but I like his deck, so... And it's like, alright, sure. You do you. Like, do what works for you. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. I'm not here to fucking tell you how to live your life. But it's just funny seeing it happen again and again, and to see people act like there's not one common denominator. Yeah, there is. There is one common denominator, and you can see your reflection in its forehead. What time is it? It's 4:30. Sheesh. But also, like, the way he, like, conducts his stream content and stuff, when you ban, like, anyone who has, like, a dissenting opinion, of course you're gonna cultivate a group where it's all like, yes, bow down to the big brain, everything he says is right, because I can't say he's wrong or I'll get banned. It's... Is echo chamber an outdated term? That's funny.
I like money.
Oh, Gene with the tier 1. Thanks for the support. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed my rant. I have fun doing them sometimes. I like talking. Usually it's more of a rant about the game than personalities, but I'm not really a drama person. But I appreciate it nonetheless. I hope you enjoy the emotes. You gave me 2 fun decks and instantly won the Infinity Run. Hey, congrats, man. You did with the Gene deck too? That's hella hype. I'm glad it worked. Like, I did want to be very clear when I post this. It's like, I don't think this deck's amazing or anything, but it sure is hella fun, and it did win some games. So I'm glad it worked for you. And Alexander Isaac too with the sub.
I like money.
Much love. Let's get some more Pogfish going. I guess it's not a bad time to mention that I also do YouTube stuff. I've been slacking on it a bit, to be honest. I've been focusing more on streaming because I've been having more fun streaming, and a lot of my YouTube content is more... I do a lot of news stuff on Snap, and as you may or may not know, there's not been a whole lot of news in Snap going on outside of, like, the endless card acquisition stuff. But so it's been a little quieter on the YouTube front, but I still do things there. I should have subbed earlier so I didn't miss the other TED Talks. Yeah, ad-free experience, baby. You too can have an ad-free experience. If you check and you have this little thing called Twitch Prime that helps transfer some dollars from the billionaire Jeff Bezos to your humble neighborhood streamer, man. Now I can get Hulkling. Yeah, no. Played MTG competitively and hosted DCI tournaments. That's fun. I got into Magic late. I love Magic the Gathering, but... And, I mean, this is such like, almost like a stereotype at this point. Like, I was mainly a Commander player, but I got into it right before Commander got really big. Like, I kind of watched that blow up in real time. It was fascinating. I do like 60 card formats, though. I actually put together most of a Legacy deck with the duels proxied, but I don't live near a store. I don't live near a store, sadly. My My nearest store is like an hour away, so I don't really get to play in-person Magic much anymore. Or is this Saga? That was a crazy set. Yeah, I have a friend, podcast co-host Blue Train, played back in the old days of Magic. I was a Yu-Gi-Oh head as a kid. I played a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid. We never played it correctly. We just watched the fucking anime and slammed our cards down on the table or our massive dual disc on our arm, and it was great. It was great. Nobody knew how to play that game right, man. Nobody. Not a single person, myself included, I played with as a child knew how to play that game right. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, I loved Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid. That was like the big thing that drew me in with card games and collecting cards. And I collected some Pokemon cards too, but I never learned how to play the game. And I wasn't as into it as I was Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And then I kind of stopped for, I don't know, a couple years. And then Hearthstone came out. And man, Hearthstone was like, that shit was like crack to me. It reawakened my inner card gamer that I forgot was there. And I loved Hearthstone. I played Hearthstone for the better part of a decade. On and off here and there, but like better part of like 8 years, 9 years on and off. I played a lot. I was there since I basically started right before Nax came out, the first expansion. So I was a big Hearthstone person, and that's what got me back into card games, and I really liked doing card game stuff. And then I got into Magic, a little bit of Magic Arena too. And then when I started doing content, it was for Hearthstone Mercenaries, for like the 5 people who might remember what that was. That was fun, but terribly managed, and Blizzard ran it into the ground. And as that died, Snap was just coming out, and I was like, oh, all right, let's hop over to Ben Brode's new game and see what happens. Speaking of the original Pokemon TCG, I think something we're gonna do in January is there's a Game Boy game of the original Pokemon card game. I have never played it. I've heard fantastic things about it, and I want to play it. So I think we're gonna do that as a stream thing at some point. And it's like I don't have any regrets about going into Snap, because I think it was the right call. And for all the issues Snap has had, I wouldn't still be here talking about it if I didn't like it as a game. I think so much of the frustration comes from the fact that, like, so many of us who do content saw the potential for what it could be. And I feel like it was easy to get blinded by the potential of what it could be rather than like the reality of what it was actually going to be. It's like you want to see the best in something. And unfortunately that doesn't always work out. Vampire the Eternal Struggle, D&D. I only ever played D&D one time. D&D was fun though. Playing the Rocket Groot deck I was playing earlier, it works pretty well. Which one? This one? Small Ball? I love this deck. I'm a big Kitty Pryde fan. Anytime I can play Kitty, and Thena is basically new Angela. Thena is basically new Angela. She's Angela if she didn't get nerfed. Now, Angela was probably actually better, but she replaced the role Angela had in a lot of Kitty Pryde decks, and I do love this card. I've always enjoyed these cards. This deck worked very well for me tonight, though. I'm very pleased with it. I'm glad you guys like the decks. I like to think of myself as a pretty decent deck builder, and that's part of why I'm so passionate about my frustration with the release cycle of Snap, because like I always knew this was a thing, and like I always knew it affected things, but it really took Pocket releasing that 1-pack expansion to really reignite the deck building passion, to be like, damn, like I really wish I felt that way about building Snap decks still. And it's just hard to when it's like 1 card a week, because I've played this kind of shell, you know, 1, 2, 3 cards different, but like the same kind of core a bunch over time. So it's like, it makes sense. It's still good. You modify it to the meta and whatever. But eventually it's like, I want to build something new from the ground up, and it's hard to. Taro raid. What's up in Taro? I'll warn you, I have no idea how much longer we're going, but it'll be at least a little while longer now. Hope you had a good stream. Happy New Year. How was I'm assuming, Snap and Rivals? This reminds me, I have to get my Jeff skin. Have to get my Jeff skin in Rivals. I'm like halfway there. Need to log in and do the Jeff thing some more. Rivals great. Snap not great. Yeah, we've been having a nice little yapathon about some of the Snap stuff. Today was great for me though in terms of actual gameplay. I got 3 fucking Infinity avatars. We did a little ladder climbing. Kind of crushed it at Snap today. Can't complain about that, but you know, gestures broadly to everything else going on in the game. I will say though, they sure as hell do cook with their cosmetics. That's one thing I think Pokemon can learn from Snap, is make those shitty finishes way cooler. In the cosmetic stuff, the alt arts and pockets slap, but the finishes and the little effects are so fucking unnoticeable and lame. They need to cook harder on that front, man. Because that's something no one complains about in Snap. Snap cooked with the split system and the cosmetic system in Snap is actually like next level. And it's why people, I think, feel so like passionate around like card nerfs and buffs and stuff, is because like everyone has their own like little favorite card, and I think a huge part of that is like getting to like customize it. That was always the part that was like, you don't need to make the collecting cards unique, because the unique aspect is your expression of like, I have this variant with this split. Chavez, we don't talk about Chavez. We don't talk about Chavez here anymore in respect to her memory. God, look how many fucking Chavez variants, dude. Look how many Chavez variants and how many splits. I split this card a bunch. I get why they had to do it, but like, I wish they would have made it less of a... just basic bitch starter card that is irrelevant everywhere else, you know? Like, the old design was certainly not healthy for the game long term. Having an auto-include card that you often don't want to play isn't the greatest design in the world, but it was cool and thematic, and I wish they just made the new design more interesting rather than being like, well, it's a budget surfer card, or if you want to play a worse version of a hand buff deck. How many boosters do I have for Chavez? This card. I have 3,000. I think my most is Jeff, though. You new kids on the block might not know this, but our little land sharkian friend here used to be the goated auto-include 2-drop. And then 2-drop started to experience power creep, and Jeff got the boot from a lot of decks. He doesn't have as many homes as he once did. I have 4,500 Jeff boosters. Yeah, if you search by upgradable, you can see the most. I remember because I did this a while ago. So if you go by upgradable, and then up. Is that the way to do it? Or no, it's down. No, wait, how did people do this? If anyone tries to deny power creep, just show them Jeff's play rate over time. Bro got screwed over. At least now he can be appreciated in Rivals, even though everyone wanted to fucking murder him for like 2 weeks. I think people have chilled on Jeff over time, as I don't think, to my understanding, he's not a super meta player in like high level. I'm a Rivals noob. I've not played very much. Eitri has 0, correct. But, like, these aren't my most boosted cards. My most boosted cards are Jeff, I think. Oh, these are the ones that are upgradable, right? And then this is second most, third most. Yeah, all right. It worked. These are the ones that I haven't fully upgraded. That's why they're up here. You have to go down to fully upgraded, but yeah. So Jeff is the most, 4,500. Chavez second most, 29. Sunspot used to be the goated 1-drop too. Used to be a 1/1 as well. Odin, 2,200. Killmonger, Iron Man. It's funny how many of these are like starter cards. Mysterio, bro, I loved Mysterio. All right, later in Tarot. Thanks for the raid. Hope you have a good night. Nocturne used to be in any Harsham deck. Nocturne used to be in every deck. Well, since we have Raiders, we can talk about Nocturne again. Lizard did used to do work. They should unnerf Lizard. Let's see. Energy. All right, so I have very strong opinions regarding Nocturne. Mysterio is still good. I just like Mysterio is one of my favorite cards from the very beginning. Such a cool effect. Very cool effect. So this card was a 3/5, right? And it got nerfed because it went into like every deck in the game. But since this card has come out, like we have had many other good 3/5s come out. And I really question if this card, like, I think they need to pick a lane. Either, all right, this card was too strong as a 3/5, we had to make it a 3/4. Sure, fine, I can live with that. Make this a fucking 3/4. Like, Copycat is doing like the same thing in terms of like being an auto include 3/5 that oftentimes has way more upside than Nocturne. At least Nocturne would screw you over sometimes. Copycat almost never screws you over. It's so rare. You for the small ball deck because I play a similar one. Small ball is fun. But like, yeah, I detest that this card is a 3/5. Like, and Nocturne is now a 3/4. Like, pick a lane. Either 3/5 auto include is too good and you should like knock a little power off the top of this motherfucker, or 3/5 is fine and put Nocturne back. Like, pick one. She's still the best standalone counter to Magic, I guess, although not even really. Like, I would say Legion is the better standalone counter that has more upside. Like, if I don't have Untapped right now, but if you go and look, I would bet dollars to donuts Legion is played way more than Nocturne. And I think that would still be true in like a Magic meta. Like, the opportunity cost for putting this in your deck got higher because they made better 3-drops. Also, Legion scams the game in a way Nocturne often couldn't. Like, Nocturne scams were very rare and you didn't know when they were going to happen, right? Like, you didn't know if Nocturne was going to sell the game or win you the game. Like, you watched and you found out. Whereas Legion, you know when that motherfucker is going to win you the game. And you can snap effectively on it. I love this art. It's so good. So I think even in that role, like, she got moved out of the movers deck because it didn't have enough space for it. Like, it's just like the upside of running this card just went down over time. All I want is consistency, though. I think if Nocturne felt too good for the long-term game health as a 3/5 that was an auto-include, you either need to say, all right, well, we probably shouldn't have Copycat be a 3/5. Or you can say, well, that may have been true then. It's probably less true now. Put it back. I just want them to do one of those two things. because most of the other 3/5s, they have a deck building requirement. Like, if we look at all the 3/5s, Viper was a 3/5. Was Surtur a 3/5? He was, wasn't he? They chopped a power off him. Most of these cards were their deck building requirements. Zemo is kind of like a weird mill card. Beast means you need to play cheap things to benefit from it. Corvus is a discard. Deathlock is a destroy. Ghost is like a tech deck. You aren't just jamming these into any deck because it's a 3/5. You have to build your deck in a way to take advantage of this. Polaris is for like the move your opponent's card stuff. Luna Snow gives the energy to the opponent too. They all have like a building requirement around them, which makes them less of a generic goes in every deck 3/5, which is what Nocturne was. Except fucking Copycat. I think they just massively overrate the rare times this has a downside. And it's so rare. It's like the goblins or a destroyer. And how often do you see people play those fucking cards? It's so rare for this card to ever have bad text. At worst, it's a no text 3/5 most of the time. And you're totally fine with a no text 3/5 being the worst case, when the best case is you're playing like a 6-drop for 3 or something. And not only is it powerful in what it does, it gives you really valuable information. I'm playing against a Doctor Doom deck. Oh, Doom 2099 is on the bottom of their deck, or Doctor Doom is on the bottom of their deck, and I get that effect for 3 mana? I think I'm going to press that snap button. It's like, in what world does this need to be a 3/5 when this is a 3/4? It just doesn't... It doesn't add up to me. It really doesn't. I'd prefer them to nerf Copycat, honestly, than buff Nocturne, but I'd take either. I would take either. I don't like... It's like... You know what it's like? It's like the fucking... It's the Hydra Bob Silver Sable example all over again. So, when they nerfed Silver Sable, they were like, well, we don't like how this is becoming the auto-include 1-drop, and it's pushing out a lot of other 1-drops. It's like, all right, fair enough. Sure. The play rate was high. It was the auto-include 1-drop. And then you have to ask the question, why was it the auto-include 1-drop? And 5 minutes of research will tell you, well, it's because everyone was playing, all the streamers were playing Hydra Bob, and nobody else fucking owns Hydra Bob. So everyone was like, oh, just play Silver Sable, bro. It's like next best thing. And so they nerfed this card because this is the one people had, and the play rate drove up. When Bob, I think, with the exception of like a dedicated bounce deck, Bob has been the better 1-drop for most of this time. Outside of bounce specifically, which is really the only place his cards he's playing anymore. So it's just like, I don't like the inconsistency of, well, like, either go one way or go the other way. Either like nerf them both or don't nerf either of them. But nerfing Sable because it was popular, because a lot of people owned it, when Bob gets by because nobody owned him, because he got buffed like 2 minutes before he went out of caches, and even after his buff, he wasn't like relevant in the meta because of Arsham and other things right away. It's like nobody owns his card, and so they didn't see the play rate problems with it that they saw with Sable. But I'm telling you, the second Bob comes back to caches, everyone's gonna fucking buy this card, and then the play rate is gonna go to the moon, and they're gonna be like, oh, maybe we should shave a point of power off of Bob. He's outclassing all the other 1-drops. Because, genuinely, after the Sable nerf, do you see people experiment with a bunch of these underplayed 1-drops? Do you see more people playing 1-drops that weren't being played before? Like Spider-Ham or Agent 13 or even Nebula, who got kind of pushed out? Did this nerf actually make those cards more prevalent? No. Not that I've seen. It just made it so people put less 1-drops in their deck. And that frustrates me, because it's like, I don't like the inconsistency. It's like, I can get on board with their philosophy if they're consistent about it. But when they're basing it off of, and if you paid attention to Snap at all over time, you know, play rate, anytime you're like trying to figure out what card or deck's going to get nerfed, play rate is your number one indicator. Not to say win rate and cube rate and stuff don't matter. Play rate has been just far and away the clearest indicator of when something's going to get nerfed in this game. And so even though Bob is the best one drop by a fucking county mile in most decks, he doesn't get played enough, and he doesn't have like an offensive enough like win rate to... They also have no incentive to nerf the card. And I mean, truthfully, I don't really want them to nerf Bob. I'd prefer they just revert Sable. But like nobody owns this card because people miss the opportunity. So why would they nerf it when they could bring it back in spotlights in 4 months and then everyone can buy it and then they'll nerf it after? That's what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to put Bob back in the spotlight. Everyone's going to play the shit out of it for like 2 or 3 weeks. And then they're going to be like, well, we don't really like how Hydra Bob has become the auto-include one drop. And it's like, bro, he's been the auto-include one drop for like a very long time. It's just most people didn't have him to auto-include. But yeah, I would much prefer them to revert Sable because I don't think Sable was that offensive. I think Sable dared to be half decent in a world where one drops are either bad or very deck specific. It's legitimately very similar to the copycat Nocturne thing. Silver Sable is Nocturne. Hydra Bob is copycat. He's better the vast majority of the time, but he gets a pass. Yeah, it's like there's no replacing this card. There's no adequate replacement for this card. Should it get stronger with New Falcon? I mean, sure. But that's not the logic they used when they nerfed it, right? Like, their main thing about nerfing this card was we don't like how it's becoming... They weren't worried about it in bounce. In fact, they were like, well, bounce can still get a lot of use out of this, so we're not worried about that. It was that we don't like how it's becoming this auto-include one-drop in so many decks, was basically what they said. And it's like, yeah, it was, because it was the Bob budget substitute, because it was a 1-3 that was sometimes a 1-5, as opposed to Bob, who is always a 1-5. Obviously, it was better in bounce. It'd be bigger than that in bounce at times. But they didn't nerf it because of bounce, or at least they didn't claim to. It's just like one drops have scaled badly with the way the game has gone in terms of power. Like going back to Jeff, right? So we have Jeff. One of the reasons Jeff was so ubiquitous of an auto include in so many decks was because he was essentially the best like on rate stats that had an upside effect. Jeff said, hey, you're playing a 2-3, which is better than a lot of other 2-drops, and you get the benefit of clowning on Clog or Lockdown or bad location RNG, or like there are all these little upsides to Jeff, or it works with Elsa, or there are a bunch of little upsides to Jeff. But one of the big things was he was a 2-3 in a world where a lot of the other 2-drops were 2-2s or less. And as time has gone on, we've seen more of these 2-drops, or the 2-3s were like very deck specific, like Multiple Man or 2-2 Craven, or like you get the idea, Swarm. But as time has gone on, they buffed a lot of these 2-drops to be better. Like they buffed Daredevil up, they buffed Craven, Grandmaster. They started releasing new 2-drops as 2-3. Like it changed, and it made Jeff less valuable compared to how it used to be. How come 2-drops can have deck building, archetype defining cards like Scream, but 1-drops don't really have any? So, I mean, I think the simple answer is because by their nature, the cheaper a card is, the less numbers they have to work with it. I think KM brought this up a while ago, and I think it's true. I think there are a lot of cards in this game that could do with a like half a power buff or nerf. But you can't buff a card by half a power. And so the lower you go, the harder it is to tweak things. Like, I think the game would be able to be balanced better if they doubled all the numbers and then could more precisely do it. This was a complaint I had back in the Hearthstone Mercenaries days, too. It's just, they won't ever do that. And so there's just not much space. Like, we saw with Sable, how drastically different it felt going from a 1-3 to a 1-2, right? Yeah, it's entirely possible it could get out of hand eventually. I think the biggest reason they would never double the numbers is because it makes the numbers and math harder and more annoying to track. And so I don't think they'll ever do something like that. But from like a purely balanced perspective, I wish they had like the room to do something like that. I don't think they'll ever do it. I'm not even saying they necessarily should. But I think that explains why 1-drops are kind of all locked into being like, most of the time they're 1-2s at best, right? Because as soon as you make a 1-3 or above, then you start competing with 2-drops. And if you're competing with a 2-drop on stats and you have half the cost, it's like, why play a 2-drop? And so that's the conundrum you run into. We kind of saw this issue with 4-drops, right? Remember when 4-drops fucking disappeared from the metagame when they nerfed Zabu? Like, 4-drops fell off a cliff for quite a few months because they crept up 3-drops and made 3-drops better stats, and they didn't do that for 4s for quite some time. But then eventually they started figuring out, well, we kind of need to creep up 4-drops, and so suddenly you're having Galacta and Gwenpool, and Iron Lad was one of the first crept up 4-drops. Or you're making Anti-Venom a 4/7 instead of a 4/6. Like, they did not need to do this. But they saw how badly Misery sold, and they were like, well, we better buff our other 4-cost card, because Misery did really poorly. Which is a shame, because this card is cool. This card also got the fucking rug pulled out from under it by adjacent nerfs to, like, Rock Slide and other stuff, Black Widow, etc. Fun card, though, and still very playable. But it's like, we used to not get... They also had to, like, you know, they made a 4/10, right? They made a whole archetype around 4/10s. They made a Tuma playable. They had to, like, creep up. They buffed Symbiote Spider-Man. Like, 4-drops were super cheeks for a long time while Zabu was bad. Yeah, Fudge is dope. Fudge is dope. Great deck builder. I like his deck. He makes cool decks. 1-drops can have value. It's true. It's not like 1-drops are unplayable, right? Like, Black Swan's goated with 1-drops. Bounce wouldn't exist without 1-drops. They have their purpose, but if they're not super archetype build around, so like a Deadpool or an Aranya, or like if they're more generic, like a Chavez or an Electra or fucking Howard the Duck, like it's just like, why would you ever... 1-2 is just such a bad stat line, and then the effect doesn't do much to make up for it. Even when you try and synergize with it, even if you put Chavez in your buff deck, it's like not great. Yeah, I think 1-drops are generally the worst slot in the game. I think for a while it was 2-drops, actually. I think 2-drops are... A lot of 2-drops were bad for a long time, but we got more of them that were good, and then they started buffing them. Do you know Dazzler was originally a 4-drop? God, original Dazzler was so bad. The whole Zabu season was so bad, man. I wonder what the world looks like where... I may not always agree with all of his decisions, but I'll give some credit where it's due to Glenn Jones in that he eventually figured shit out a lot better than his second inner was doing when they first got him on. Because I think Second Inner did a really good job at making their base set and Series 3, like, it wasn't perfect. There were cards that were, like, way worse than they needed to be, but I think they generally made a very good early player experience, and most of Pool 3 was a good experience, too, in terms of, like, the card design and the different archetypes, and, like, it was good. But as soon as they started making new cards, bro, they were just throwing shit at the wall. Making Surfer into Zabu, like, holy fuck, what were they thinking? And then so many of the other cards were bad. Like, they made these cards so expensive and hard to get, and they were just cheeks. And so nobody got them because they were like, why would I play with these bad cards that are expensive? I don't know if I'd say they were way better. I mean, a lot of the one drops were... I mean, Sunspot carried the one drop category early on. But I mean, that is kind of their role, right? Like, you don't want the one drops to be the most overpowered, like, thing. Right? Because they're the cheapest thing. It's like how a band has their entire lives to make their first record, then they have a few months to make their second. That's a pretty good analogy. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's like, I think they deserve a lot of credit for, especially the early game experience. I bet it took a long time for them to refine the early game experience of Snap. I mean, I even watched some of it happen playing in the beta. Like, it was funny watching the initial nerfs to, like, Kazar and America Chavez, and yeah, I think calling them anchors kind of makes sense. They are kind of like I have no problem with one drops that, like, enable building around stuff. I like that. Like, I like Kingpin. I like that this has a purpose but won't go in a lot of decks. Card games are usually more interesting when you don't have a bunch of auto includes. Auto includes, like, stagnate deck building. Which is why, like, I like playing Hydra Bob, but it's very obvious to me this card 100% like stagnates deck building a bit, because I'm like, well, how do I fill out my curve? And I'm like, oh, I'll just throw in fucking Bob. He's good early, he's good late. He's just good. I don't have to think about it. I just jam in the biggest number. It's like, why is this card the same size as why is this card bigger than, like, most of the 2-drops in the game and the same size as a bunch of good 3-drops? Well, there's actually a downside to Bob. You see, he can move. It's like, I've played a lot of Hydra Bob, man. The downside of Bob is massively overrated. I think at worst, you break even with the amount of times that effect wins you a game versus loses you a game. And it's really interesting how it interacts with the snap mechanic. I hope we see more cards like this, honestly. Like, not necessarily like auto include Bob level, but, like, I like the idea of a card that you don't want too many of them, but a card interacting with the snap mechanic is a really cool idea. It's an interesting design space. But yeah, it fluctuates. I think in the 2 years, two and however long years the game has been out, I think the worst card slot has fluctuated. Like, there was a time when 6-drops were fucking terrible. 5-drops also weren't great for a time as well, with, like, very rare exceptions. 4-drops were the king at one point. They were also completely terrible at one point. 3-drops, I mean, I think it's happened to every part of the thing. So there's always going to be a worst one. So the worst one being the cheapest isn't the worst thing in the world. It's a tricky thing to balance. I certainly don't envy their position of having to balance this stuff. It's tricky. Not the easiest thing in the world to do. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try and edit that talk about some of the pace of card release and bigger issues it causes into a little video, though, because I think that that's a fun topic that isn't discussed nearly enough. Damn, it's already 5 a.m. Sheesh. Well, I'd like to keep it. I'd like to keep it rocking, but one of my New Year's goals is to make my sleep schedule not terrible. So I think that is where we're going to call it a night here. Solid New Year's stream. There are a lot of places y'all could have spent your early New Year's Day / New Year's Eve. So I appreciate that this is the one you ended up at. Appreciate the Raiders for sticking around. If you enjoyed it, feel free to drop a follow and check out the YouTube and all that other social media garbage. I'll send you to another snapper, though, so you can still get your fix. Send you guys to Flash. Gaming with Flash. Show them some love. Have a good night. Have a banger start to your new year. And I think I am going to stream tomorrow, but probably take Thursday off, so tune in tomorrow / later today for Lasher stuff. Bye.